Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第322天 It's day 322. We're starting with HanziHero again because it is around day 4 or 5 on WaniKani, and that means the inevitable shifting of review times occurred. I mean, part of it is also I have been yapping quite a bit in the last couple days, largely because it is the end of the year. I do quite a lot of yapping. Alright, so yesterday was kind of a kerfuffle. We have 7 things. I think we tried to touch up on most of them. Let's get to it. Strong, right? Strong frost. The perceptive eye is the adjustment. Actually, I'm not sure if there's a shellfish on the bottom of it. Let's double check. I think so. Hoping visitor, and there's no adjustment. Visitor is the component that is rarely used so far. Of Tan Sai, that's a hiccup. Fine with that. Quinn, bundle. Trying to make a emphasis on bundles of things, win bundles of medical supplies, swiping a bunch of bundles with this butterfinger of turtle fingers, whatever that is, and then the mouth portion. So it's a double body part thing, and usually body parts, we would have to go back and systematically change all the body part thing in order to make them non-generic, because they're a little bit non-specific, so they can lead you to many different initials. Speaking of body parts, so can just nibble. Once again, 2 body parts, the foot and the mouth. Adjust the foot and the mouth. Sort of. I don't know how I would characterize Kermit the Frog's mouth. Oh, wait, that's not a tree on the bottom. So we have the name, Zheng. Trying to add a little bit to the spicy hill. The hill was the stuck point, so secret rendezvous at the hill was added. Rui. Rui is auspicious. Gotta think of Santa Claus. Okay. Those are the 7 from yesterday. Get into our lessons here.
瑞雪
Rui Xue. Oh, not Rui. Rui Xue. I'm thinking of Japanese. Rui Xue. Rui Xue, auspicious, no? Makes sense. I'm not sure. Oops.
瑞雪
I'm not sure how this is talked about. The auspicious snow makes the farmers very happy. 这场瑞雪让农民很高兴。高兴。I guess. I thought there might be some sort of. I wonder what the story is behind an auspicious snow.
柔软
Roll run. Roll run. Off.
柔软国父
Data was fun after the discussion, but then they made you calculate means. It's so time consuming. You're working on it in the background. It's not even about interesting data. Probably made up some samples. Means. I mean, you can learn to do spreadsheets and use like what you do on Discord and stuff. There's ways to calculate. I'm not sure how you're calculating means, but there are certainly ways to create bootstrapping for mean calculations. I don't know if your class is teaching you how to enter, like consume. You've genuinely used Excel twice. I guess you don't really have to. You can do an API script for it if you're interested in that. But yeah. You can do that. You said it's so time consuming, so that's one thing. How are you doing it now? Depending on the type of calculator you're using, there's also a function for that too. There's actually a standard function in your calculator. If you're probably using like a high school standardized calculator. So that calculator should have a table function to create means on the fly. So it's still time consuming because you still have to transcribe the data, but it's faster than creating the separate things. It's just annoying. You're doing the 5. Yeah. Oh yeah, like you're adding it all together and then dividing it by the number of units or something. So like total of I over I. You couldn't figure out how to do mean on the calculator about specific numbers without manual calculation? Oh, okay. Maybe they'll teach you how to do that once you learn the proof, right? Doing the means is the repetition to understand that. This is probably not the notation. This is probably not the notation that your instructor uses, but I usually use like a makeshift of native native words, and then like I is the sample size. So sample equals I. I think they probably use something like n. Oh, and then it's n minus 1. It's actually minus 1. Or n, sorry. It's not n, it's n minus 1. Means were supposed to be covered years ago, but these exams required them as well. Yeah, so it's a good review for your exams. And you should know all these concepts and then find out. They use n. Also, why is it minus 1? Because you don't count the first number. So when you say 1, 2, 3, right? How many things are there? It'd be oh wait. Did I screw this up? Maybe it's not n minus 1. I think it's just n. wait, hold up. Oh, it's n minus 1. It's n minus 1 because n can be 0. And you don't count 0. Like, sorry. Like, if n is 0, you'll get division over -1. So it's usually you need at least one thing. There's got to be at least one thing. So when it's 1, it would just be the number itself. That's kind of how I think about it, but that's not the proof. That's not the proof for this. But the idea is if this is your only sample, 1 minus 1 is 0. Oh no, wait. That doesn't make any sense. That would make it 1. No, actually that doesn't make sense at all. What is the mean calculation? Mean formula. Oh, it is over n. I'm a doofus. So it's not n minus 1. It's just n. Yeah, you just take it over n. Just kidding. I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of like factorials or something. It's just n. I overcomplicated things. I'm thinking of like counting 1 from 1. So I'm thinking counting 1 as instance of 1. So that's why it was... Yeah, no. I'm overcomplicating. It's just total n over n. This is why you review, you know? This is why you review. You miss when they just give a box plot and ask what the different quantiles were. So when you have like box plot, like box and whisker plots or something, right, for quantile things, the thing is, this is the, you know, the complex thing. This is more complex, and sometimes, like what I just did now, you forget how to generate these things. Like how do you make these? And then why like here's a motivation to why you want to review the basis of this. When you understand the basis of this, you can make relational rationale. So what I mean by that is I wrote total n over n, and then I was like, wait, is it n minus 1? So after a while I have to think about it, and I'm like, I think it makes sense without the -1. So this, when you do this type of thing, this type of comparison, you can't actually see these things. So if you're practicing these things, it's hard to know the relational things. So here you can do a different type of relational things. You can compare ranges, you can compare modes, you can even compare an average or the mean in these box and whisker plots. And that's probably, and hear me out, here's one thing. When I review, I actually try to review it differently. So whenever I'm reviewing something, I'm focused on what other thing I can do. So like right now I'm having lessons, but when I'm reviewing, like, you know, recalling, you know, doing your reviews for your vocabulary, right? Like say this comes up as a review card. I'm also reviewing, but I'm focusing on if I have an idea of strengthening it or what I'm doing. So I'm staying active in looking for what I know. I think that's also a reason for short-term memory. So when it's something you know, if you turn off your brain and you're wondering why you forget whatever it is that you forget just a while ago, that could be involved in it. Like, I've been thinking about what's the difference, right? What's the difference between, I don't know, me and someone else? Maybe even you, right? And I'm explaining what's going on in my head. When I'm reviewing, I'm not reviewing just what I know. I'm reviewing how I know it from time to time and why it works. So I'm not doing it for every single one. That would take a really long time or like substantial. But every so often when I'm pausing and kind of forgetting something, like, oh, this is taking me a while, I'm doing this automatically. It's part of my routine. So I don't review, and if I know it, give myself a reason to say, oh, I know this, or I found the answer, so I don't have to do anything about it. It'll just be easier next time. It will likely be easier next time because you're repeating it. However, I don't do just that. In fact, I spend most of my time thinking about how and why. So the moment I make an error, I immediately know how and why I'm going to fix it or add to it. That's kind of the thing. Oh, and you have 2 sets of daily language reviews now, don't you? Yeah. This was the last 2 years I've had 2/3 languages of daily reviews. Now you don't have to run out of new things to do, you know? You mentioned yesterday how you don't have any more things to do, I guess. They are distractions though, obviously, for now. Until you can actualize their value. It's nice. Nice. Okay. Bo Fu. Bo is kinda weak. Kinda. Bo Fu. Father's older brother makes sense. Add the father figure to it.
伯父
Ooh.
莲子
Yeah, some days. Yeah, makes sense. 莲子. Can I just say lotus? Oh, it has to be lotus seed. Interesting. Kind of like sesame.
莲子
莲子. I wonder if there's a correlation between having it silence to accommodate the previous, and then when it's not silence, it actually changes slightly the meaning. Like, is lotus seed, if every seed doesn't have a silence to, like, it's not 莲子, it's 莲子. Interesting. I haven't
温柔
noticed that yet. Wind roll. One roll. Soft weather is pretty gentle. Or soft temperature is pretty gentle, I suppose. Gentle and soft. That's interesting. I almost feel like temperature can be degree. Oh yeah. Degree. Not necessarily degrees, but degree. So like the extent. So if you have something that's the degree of softness, that's gentle and soft. 温柔。
温柔
You got more sick since last week again. More coughing and sickly feelings. Yeah. No, take care of yourself.
瑞雪
瑞雪。瑞雪。
柔软
柔软。What's up with all these rolls and raw stuff? What is up with this? It's fine.
莲子
Ah, yep. I had a feeling that was gonna happen.
温柔
Rin roll.
伯父
Alright.
伯母
Omu. Yeah, father's older brother's wife. As opposed to... Okay, no, there's no other...
伯母
Which is, aunt-in-law. Aunt-in-law is the other phrase. They're making you get quartiles of 31 things. They really couldn't add one. They really couldn't add one.
Elang
I don't know what that means. Elon. Oh yeah, Elon. This is transliteration.
Elang 亚洲
32 would be easier to split. What's the context of the quartile? It could be 31 days for a month. And 32 would be weird. Yeah, Joe. Wait. Amount of animals? I see. I just realized. Oh, no. Just kidding.
亚洲郑和
Zhenghe, it's kind of funny. Yazhou is like one of the first, maybe the second, like in the second bundle within 2 weeks. Yazhou is the first, like the vocabulary that you get in Duolingo. Zhenghe, okay. I mean, it's just Zhenghe. Can't really do anything much about that.
郑和
Zhenghe is Zhenghe.
北宋
Beisong. I mean, can't get any more than Beisong.
北宋
Ah. Two. Okay.
伊朗
I don't know how well that's gonna check out.
郑和 北宋 伯母
Wait, I wonder if this works. Hold up. Oh no, they don't do that.
亚洲
Oh, but it wouldn't be, it would be the older brothers though. It wouldn't indicate the older brother. You know, when you just have no interest in doing something you're doing, you just sit there looking at a random place in the room? I can see that. But I wouldn't be staring at a random place in a room thinking blankly though.
南宋
Nansung. Can't do anything other than Nansung.
南宋 伊甸园
Yi Dian Yuan. Okay, this is half transliteration. Yi Dian Yuan.
伊甸园
What goes on in the mind of, well, whatever I want to think about at the moment. But usually, if I have no interest in the thing I'm doing, I would be staring somewhere else in the room, thinking about how I can make it interesting.
莲花
Lianhua, because that would be an interesting challenge.
莲花潘
Oh, hey, I have an average number of characters today. It's been a while. Look at that pun. They just want to throw in a couple X's in the middle. Oh, I think this is pictographed. Yeah, this is a pictograph. You have big trees and a hand, and you're climbing up things which kind of look like X's. You're grabbing onto things. This is a pictograph. At least I think so. This would be like, for example, Mika, this would be something that you would probably excel at. This would be the top 25%. The pictograph ones. Unfortunately, I feel like pictograph ones make up like 25%. Maybe like if we wiggle a lot, I would say upwards to 40%. You can probably apply the thing. 40% of the time, you can probably apply your strategy that you already demonstrated to me about how to use pictographic way to do it. And I think the other 60%, and it actually goes probably higher to like 80%, are kind of abstract. So that's why it might feel like it's starting to slip, like it's getting, because it's very difficult. But this one is a good one. This is very pictograph. So you would be easily know and form a story off of the pictograph. Until you hit something like this. or maybe this. Then it gets a little wonky because these are abstractions. These are abstraction characters. This one's really good. Like, hear me out. Like, I just described one way to remember it, right? One way to remember this is good, right? that doesn't mean I'm not going to read this. And I'm going to try to do it this way too. So that's 2 ways. The nice thing about having routine is that if this doesn't work, you have a backup. So the idea is you're trying to build a workflow where you have enough routines that if one fails, the other one catches you. And I have 5 ways on average. I typically go 5 ways, but usually the first 3 ways will catch about 99% of all characters. So when you start working on one, the first one you work on is probably the one that that's already a routine. So then whatever falls through one, you need to design a new step. And that new step requires you to try to do that. And then you'll have 2 ways. So HanziHero is giving me, quote unquote, a second way. Actually, this is actually my first way. HanziHero just is coincidental. It's coincidental that Kevin used a system that I would use. This would be the second way I would do it. Actually, this is now the 4th. Just kidding. The 5th way I would think about it. So the way you're doing it now, which is your primary way, is my 5th way. If all else fails, I would, like, if my 4 primary ways, you know, the 4 before fails, I would look at this the 5th way. Right now, all together, there are 10 ways I can standardly look at this character and try to get the meaning, but I start with 1. Actually, and then there's all of them combined, the 10 ways combined, which is step 1 actually. Step 1 is the vibe check, you know, the intuition check, which can be any of these ways at once. And then we go through. Then we go through one at a time to see which one nails it. What makes that one good to remember? You were spacing out? Because you can make a story out of it. Like, you can look at this and you can write something that you'll remember. Because it looks like something you know. You have things that I pretty sure you know very... This middle thing might be a little bit rough. Because you kind of have to squint a little. So, like, to climb, you can climb big. This thing is big. Down in the middle, big trees with your hands up grabbing holes. You technically know 3 of the parts. This is a squished big. Yeah, it's a squished big. When big gets squished. So big, like the thing that looks like this, it gets squished when it's always in the middle somewhere. That kind of spreads out a little bit. So big tree, climb big tree, hand with holes, hand holds. So to climb. I don't know if this is related to... I have 4, right now I have 4 kanji, 5 kanji about going up, ascending, and climbing. And this is a traditional character, by the way. So this is an example where there's a chance, because of how complicated this is, in Japanese, it's probably simplified. So there's going to be examples where you have to find the Japanese counterpart to this. And that's what you're going to have to do if you start with traditional when you read simplified and simplified when you read traditional. There's some differences. And usually if the character is very complicated, Japanese and Chinese will likely, mainland Chinese, simplified, it would be simplified in some way. This one screams like it might be simplified, but that's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee that it would be. So let's actually see if it. So it's not, you know, it's not this, right? We know that that's the basis. And then it's not ascend. It's not this. Any version of like any version of this conjunction with this, right? For raise, whoops. And help. Mouse writing difficult. There's also taka, there's tall. It's not tall. Tall exists. But it's not this. Sometimes there's no equivalent, so this is what I do for fun. I don't think there's the equivalent use of this character in terms of climb, but it could mean something else. Oh, here it is. Oh, I found it. It does have an equivalent. Yeah, it does have an equivalent for climb. It's yo or jiru, and the on is han. This is pan. Yeah, pan lines up with han or han. I wonder what this is, where this is used. Give me some details. Climbing? Oh. Hanin. Interesting. What type of climbing are we talking about? Hanin. It just says climbing. Oh, it's archaic. That makes sense. A pseudo verb. Most Chinese things are a lot of Chinese things are either formal or archaic in Japanese. So yeah, instead of using that, you know, noboru is fine. Oh, so this is why you said N1 equals common CN? Yeah. Oftentimes, the archaic, old, and formal stuff tends to be lined up with Chinese. You swapped to doing Anki reviews because you couldn't deal with the math anymore for the day, and that's fine. If you do, so here's the thing, right? I know you mentioned procrastination before. And I'm going to tell you now, procrastination is no longer procrastination if you plan it. However, we're not talking about procrastination today. There is a way to incentivize you to not do procrastination. And it's what you're doing habitually already. Try to do some math. And say you're going to do like 30% of it. Right? Because you know that's how much attention span you instead of vibing it. So I'm saying instead of vibing it in the future, right now you're currently vibing it. You're like, oh, you can't deal anymore for the day. But if it turns into a consistent thing, you can you don't have to vibe it. You can determine how much you're going to do. And you'll know because then you'll schedule the other 30% and a specific time, the other 30% a specific time, and then along with your day to finish it off, if you understand where the deadline is. So, and you already understand most of these things. Actually, when you were sharing with me your like schedules and stuff, you're already doing it. The difference is you're vibing it, as in like it's constantly inconsistent. You have a great tune on how to space things out already. The reason why procrastination feels awful a lot of times is because it feels like everything's unplanned and uncontrolled. So oftentimes one of the things about procrastination can be like lifted, the benefits of procrastination. There are benefits and appropriateness. The alternative is you plan to do as much as you think you can instead of constantly forcing yourself to do so. So next time when you're doing 30%, you can do 31%. Right? And then the rest. So you can then start to adjust your threshold. And what happens is, what does this look like? This is time management. That's what SRS is doing for you, by the way. So whenever someone says, why use Anki, why use WaniKani, why use HanziHero, usually the person I'm talking to is probably someone in their 20s and they don't have time management skills. Without time management skills, it's difficult to create a routine. It's one of the foundations that you need. One of the life skill foundations to create routines. So oftentimes, what is the most benefit of apps? Time management. They give you the underlying thing. I don't think the content is as valuable as the time management, personally. The content is like, here's a mental gymnastics game. The content is 100% the reason you choose an app. But the app's success is mostly, in my opinion, contributed to 60% plus of the success of the app. So like the tools app right now, like the tools that are most successful, most of their success come from the underlying time management system, not the content. However, people chose and look for apps based on their content. The difference here is content is static to the person who's making the decision. The irony here is time management is the thing that is a skill, that is a static, that they haven't developed. So when they go and say, what's your favorite app? What's the best app? All of them, nearly all of the apps have a basis of time management to create a routine, because their target audience that they're looking for these tools that make the most money and all that, they lack routine. And it's not a bad or a good thing, because you're doing other things while not working on a routine. What are you doing? You're consuming content. Content is the other thing you're consuming. So live service models, subscription-based stuff, are taking advantage, right? Taking advantage, we're not talking about like morals here, but taking advantage of this known idea, this known statistic, that their target audience lack routine. They have no way of staying regular, powering through things, due diligence, creating a habit. So the tool is going to create the habit for you. And when the tool creates the habit, you're always going to use the tool. The moment you lose the tool and get rid of it or move on from it, you're going to say, oh, how can I do anything without the tool now? And the problem continues. So then the idea is then all tools will have SRS. Now, if you're wondering, what do you mean anime doesn't have SRS? Manga doesn't have SRS. Like, what are you talking about, Maku? Like, how crazy is it to think that when you get on TikTok, it's not an SRS? What do you think the reels are? The algorithm is. Daily updates, daily news, seasonal anime, rotating movies, rotating TV shows. daily broadcasts, spread out episodes. What do you think those things are? They're not called SRS because it's called habit formation. That's the life skill. It's called routine. That is creating the biggest business market foundation that can be applied to nearly everything that is being sold right now to a younger audience. And maybe a lot of adults, but definitely not old people. Like, what I mean is not the majority of old people, because the majority of old people have routines and discipline and stuff that do not need these things. It's not going to get them to keep playing. It's not going to get them to keep using the tools. They're going to extract the value from the tools because they already have their own schedules. Like, I'm going to quit HanziHero the moment my schedule doesn't line up with HanziHero. Like, oh, hey, WaniKani's doing this. Whatever. Like, we'll just jerry-rig it around the stuff. And hear me out. Younger people who use WaniKani and HanziHero tend to learn time management more than Anki users. And why is that? That's something I did notice, and I think it is a statistical significance if I were to grab enough data. The reason is user rich tools allow you to stick to the same thing. It allows flexibility. Now, I've already talked about this. What leads to critical thinking skills? Problems. User-rich tools are meant to remove problems by making them not problems. So if you're never solving problems, you don't engage in critical thinking skills. So to me, when someone is using Anki, they are sometimes less likely to develop time management skills than someone who uses WaniKani, for example. Because WaniKani forces you to try to manage your time around WaniKani. Now, if you might be thinking, but WaniKani users still suck at time management too, is because where's a will, there's a way. So one way they can solve it is by changing the timing skills. So that's kind of a gymnastics thing. The thing is, what happens is WaniKani users is finding ways to do that. That is practicing problem solving. This way is you can choose not to solve anything. So oftentimes the richer, the more user rich or feature rich something is, voluntarily most people stick to the same thing. Now, we're not talking about if this is a good or a bad thing, but we'll try to contextualize it when it's good, when it's bad. So like, I'm not saying this is universally good or universally bad. When you stick to the same thing, if you are happy, as in whatever you're sticking to covers most things in life already, like an adult, right? An experienced adult, a successful experienced adult, then you don't have to change anything. These things are awesome because they will work. They will work because you are experienced. You know how to make it work already. So you're not looking to learn new things. When you have a user-rich feature given to someone who is inexperienced and have not enough problem-solving skills, they're going to find more problems that they're going to try to avoid. And they can avoid it because it's feature rich. So that still solves their problem though. So this feature rich thing still solves the problem. Notice I didn't say the user solved the problem. The tool solved the problem for the user. These are the two very distinctive users that I've come to kind of categorize at each end. So if you're if you're either XP or in XP, right, and you're on this number line, if you're here and you want to learn to get better at solving problems, you're going to need problems, right? And where are problems come from? When it's prescribed or have to do something because it's a challenge. Usually ease, flexibility is great because there are no problems. And usually experienced people don't really need to gain more of this if they don't want to, because most of their problems are already solved with the experience they have. When you're choosing tools, this is kind of what I think about. And when someone says, yesterday you asked, what does WaniKani and HanziHero have to solve? Like, for example, Amika, like, what are your problems? If you can't figure it out yourself, like abstractly, a specific challenge and stuff can like give you ideas to present you with a problem in which you can solve. And that could, and I'm not saying it will, but it could inspire you. There's a chance. Like, for example, Inktober, right? We talked about drawing, right? Inktober affected my art substantially because I have experience, but the restrictiveness of Inktober is what created me to challenge myself to get around hurdles. Like, I went from doing pieces in 10 hours to doing pieces in 1 hour because I'm challenged to do so. So I had to figure out, how do I do certain things to meet the demands? Now, the one thing that I want to keep in mind, you ask me, or like from time to time, how do you stay motivated, right? That factors in. We have to assume, what's assuming here that I'm drawing here is that in both cases, both of these individuals are motivated, right? Do not try, like, I want to be very careful that if you're inexperienced and you're going to try to solve a problem by engaging in something that's going to present a problem, you have to have enough routine in already existing. So things that you already know how to do has to provide enough happy dollars to engage in that. Otherwise, it can go back and destroy your willingness to want to engage in problems. Experienced people tend to have routines already. That's why they can engage in no problems and lots of problems, either or. So that's kind of how I feel about learning right now, where the easier the learning gets, you learn more of the content you're looking for. Absolutely. It doesn't help you solve more problems, which is not related to language learning. In like specifically, you can become fluent in Japanese without ever encountering a problem in language learning. But you can learn Japanese you're what you're picturing is you're trying to learn Japanese with never having to solve a problem learning Japanese. And that can reveal why it's so tough to keep on doing it. I'm gonna learn Japanese because I expect to have problems, and I'll learn the most from those challenges. Like, I don't engage in learning Japanese to not to like gain Japanese without difficulty or challenge. And those challenges are my places of great growth. Memorizing Japanese doesn't give me any reward. I honestly, I'm going to tell you that now. Like, if I know a lot of Japanese, it doesn't give me reward. The problem of using Japanese to create something, the ideas that I need to use Japanese to talk to other people are the best parts. The parts that I'm working towards. Most people feel like that's the most dreaded part, so they do everything to avoid it. Like the whole input only, to me, that's not challenging. That is doing whatever. It's encouraging people to do whatever they do well, and then just continue doing that and avoid the one thing that you're learning a language for, which is the output of that language, in my opinion. Because for me, if I'm not doing anything with all the input that I'm taking, it's not worth anything to me. Like, I'm not saying you should feel that way, or anyone else who loves immersion only and input only methods. I don't get any value from it. So the quicker and sooner I am able to tackle the challenges that involve getting the application that I want, those are the things that you solve problems for. Like, how to overcome your adversity or insecurity about being Nihongo jozu desu. That is the problem. And unfortunately, or maybe fortunately or unfortunately, I already overcame that problem in day one. So, and that's probably one of the first obstacles that a young Japanese language learner has to overcome, or the foreigner effect, like, or not ever possibly becoming native sounding in Japanese no matter how long they study. Those are the first hurdles that an inexperienced person trying to learn something difficult will probably encounter. Insecurities about like 5-year and 10-year plans. Those involve due diligence, time management, and SRS removes that for you. Apps, subscription, live service automates the process. Seasonal passes, battle passes, daily character reveals, monthly skin reveals and additions. That removes time management from you because it makes it regular. So when you constantly say you're expecting a certain patch to land by now, that is routine. That's routine of expectations. Expecting people to leave you after 1 year, being people who say it's normal to leave other people after 1 year, that is routine. Those are expectations that paint routine. Now, they can be used to your detriment, or they can be used to your advantage. That's something experience and problem solving can help you with. Like, I don't see parting ways as the end of a journey. It's the end of something, but it's the beginning of another chapter. So it's one of those things, like, sometimes it has to be experience with the caveat that it doesn't cause the person to stop. If it caused the person to stop, then the problem is never solved, or it's never satisfactorily addressed. And that's kind of a double whammy right now. The easier things become, the more ease and the more crutches you have, the less and less likely the moment it is removed, it can hurt really, really hard, the motivation. And any small steps along the way can feel like agonizing, demoralizing, and demotivating processes. And that's how I'm trying to visualize the people that I'm talking to. Like when I'm talking to younger people, I'm trying to figure out if there's any way to make that transition smoother, right? So when someone asks me, do I recommend this? Like, do I recommend HanziHero? My first thought is, HanziHero is tough, so let's try to set the person up with things that they have to take into consideration. And yesterday when I was talking about HanziHero to you, Mika, I highlighted the one thing that I know if you are able to understand a lot of the things in advance or be exposed to it, it'd be like the internet telling you, hey, you want to pay attention to these things. And then when you do, it might be achievable. Otherwise, you would quit. So that's what I'm focused on nowadays. When someone says, oh yeah, do you think HanziHero would be useful for me? And I would ask, what are your mindsets about learning, etc., because those are the things I'm focusing on. I want the person to be successful. If I choose to say give it a try, or or if they need to make a decision, I want to be able to understand the parts that are relevant to their decision making, and then be able to tell if that the stuff I'm saying is impacting their decision at the time I'm saying it. That's probably why I like doing this quite a lot. And yes, you asked earlier about what motivates me, like in previous streams and whatnot. Other people. Like it's one of the most challenging things to do. Trying to help other people is probably one. Like yesterday when I was feeling a bit sappy about the privilege and the indicator of a successful person. I think successful means you have a routine, that you're always motivated each day, and you have the privilege to give without receiving. And the nice thing is that also means you can tackle other people's problems, or problems that don't exist yet, or problems that you think might be problems, because that ultimately makes future problems more bearable. So I like solving problems. The internal problem solver. Maybe doing yeah, and then I think maybe Mika, maybe, yeah. Always worth a try. Hello there, James. Hello. All right. Anyways, archaic kanji, as expected, but probably fairly common Hanzi. Patrick stars in front of the pawn shop where he is preparing for a climbing competition. Patrick? In front of him are two big trees, each with X's at the top. Yeah. Whoever can climb to the top and hit the X with their hand wins a pawn shop discount. Patrick practices by slowly climbing to the top since no one else is there to compete with. Oh, that's kind of cute. Sleeping twice in a day does not make you mentally functional. I wanted to, I like that I would agree with you. Typically, so we gotta maybe we can brainstorm some ways to encourage yourself on, because you have days that you do sleep continuously, right? It was like kind of a mixed bag based on your. Or is it always 2 days right now? Because according to your Apple Watch thing, there are some days that you do have continuous sleeps. You could obviously compare how you're doing on twice a day and single days. But usually, I already talked about REM and stuff the other time, like yesterday, about reaching REM or trying to guarantee to reach REM, because sleep deprivation is not something you make up. It's something you consistently try to maintain. So over time, you don't see it from the day to day as much as you see it over a course of a long period of time when sleep deprivation starts taking a toll on mental function. Again, not enough data to prove causation, right? It's sort of. However, sleep deprivation studies are among one of the more morally acceptable sampling experiments, because sleep deprivation can be temporary and people do voluntarily and self-voluntarily participate in sleep studies, and that's one of the ones that have more consistent data that is reliable compared to like other health related things that would require unethical or potentially morally questionable experimentation. But sleep studies are very, very numerous enough to suggest that sleep deprivation by sleeping too short of a discontinuous sleep cycle interrupts REM, and there is something very special about REM that is correlating with mental function and recovery. In fact, Mika, I don't want to tell you this is causal, but there is an incentive for this. Short-term memory is associated with like encoding is deficient when people are sleep deprived, because you need continuous sleep for the mind to consolidate daily intelligence. So things that you learn during the day is kind of like your body recovering. So if you do not sleep long enough, there is a correlation. It's not causation, but there is a correlation that one of the functions of sleep is mental consolidation. So if you're saying that you're worried about your short-term memory and how you're encoding, and then the next day how you're remembering, sleep deprivation is a very strong way of incentivizing that can be a source of not consolidating your memory. So that is a consideration. If you can improve your sleep hygiene, it might unexpectedly right now be a way to elevate whatever you're doing, like your school, right? Things involving taking new information. Again, correlation, but very strongly convergent correlation data. Okay, reason you're so messed up is sleep. So you sleep 5.5 hours on Saturday in the morning, which is your typical bedtime, and then like within the range, and then Saturday 2 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. So you're sleeping you're sleeping 2 sections of 5. If that is what you're ending up doing, it does sound like making up for sleep deprivation, or attempting to. And then Sunday, you're sleeping for 5.5 hours? Okay. And then you're doing reviews and feel like you skipped a day due to this. So yeah, it's kind of making it wonky on the day patterns. Your short-term memory is bad before this, to be clear, but you understand what you're saying. I don't think your sleep schedule was good before this, just to be clear. Mika, you're assuming like you did a leap of logic there. You're saying your short-term memory was bad before this, to be clear, but your sleep hygiene wasn't good either. So like that's still a convenience. It's a coincidental convenience. So that's still a factor regardless. You're talking years ago. I'm not convinced that your sleep hygiene was ever good. Like sufficient in the manner that I'm talking about. You haven't lived that long to actually know. And you are also not factoring in the literal years in difference. You were younger before as well, and you had less things as well. You have less knowledge, less memory, less like things to remember, less things to be responsible for. So if you're going to use that argument that somehow you're rationalizing it, you also have to contextualize all of the conditions that have changed in those years. So we want to be careful. The thing what we want to talk about now is something that you've held consistent enough to say. Introducing inconsistency means that you have to account for all the inconsistencies. So what was your environment like 5 years ago or 6 years ago? Then we're talking about a whole different ball game. And that's something that can be blown out of proportion. And I'm still suggesting this is only correlation. So it's something that you can consider trying to do that may not be as harmful to, I don't know, your current agenda or something like that. Something to consider. Anyways, we're gonna change this a little bit. Patrick is in front of the pawn shop, and the pawn shop is hosting a free discount on, or hosting a contest for free stuff. And of course, Patrick gets in on it, right? Gets in on it. And it requires people to climb a big tree to the designated X at the top. So Patrick tries and fails miserably because he's a starfish. Well, yeah. How's he gonna climb? The remaining kanji deck stack is 15,945. That seems okay. It seems pretty okay. You got this, Ika. Use your routine, right? You've already gotten some form of routine down. Go get it. No, it's not okay? Well, if you keep telling yourself that, then I got nothing to help you with on that one. If it's not okay, it's not okay. You're gonna have to listen to me. Pan Yen. Lime rocks. Oh, that makes sense. Pine Club. Interesting. I wonder how often this is used. Instead of Pa Xiang would be the more lower, quote unquote, lower phrase for rock climbing. Or I guess it would be more like mountain climbing. Huh. I wonder if there's a Chinese difference between rock climbing, mountain climbing, hiking, and like ascending. Interesting. You've got 96 German reviews and 198 Japanese reviews to do. Right on. That makes you feel less bad, you guess? Oh no, we're having misery deserves company. Every day I have on average like what, 100 Japanese reviews, and then every 5 or 6 days we'll have 100, like 80-ish lessons on top of the 100 reviews, and then for Chinese is 20 lessons every day and 150 reviews every single day. You only spend 5 seconds on each card, so you smash it out in like 30 minutes. That sounds fair. I'm not going to comment on speed. Speed is not something that is an indicator for me. Let's see. So,
堪捷
nimble. I wonder if this has anything related to man. Is it man? It's probably mian. You're gonna play some Ace Attorney today. Got game sentence minor set. Yep, sounds about right. So it's way smoother than when you tried before. Oh, very nice. Good luck with sentence mining. You basically forgot every way you had to remember most of the kanji you're on today because of the 2-day incident and doing 40 new kanji the prior day. Hopefully you find a working solution. And look forward to how you juggle when you have an incident and whatnot. How you get back on a routine. Jimmy Neutron is inside the electricity plant where he's showing off his nimble nature to his finger coworkers. Jimmy Neutron is not nimble. Let's try something else. Jimmy Neutron is inside the electricity plant. Showing off how ingenious he is at avoiding having to do manual labor with his fingers and feet. He designed a nimble robot to write the reports and move crosses and materials for the generators. Crosses might get lost a little bit. Okay. The problem card of the day is Ken. Okay. There is horse in it. And a squid. It's horse and squid is kind of two pictographs. So you got horse plus squid. The right thing looks like a squid. Is it related to the definition? I guess maybe not. You know neither of those kanji though? No. What I mean is it's supposed to look like a horse. I said pictograph, so this stuff has a property of a horse. Yeah, they're not actually horse and squid. Like this character is not. It doesn't have anything to do with horse and squid. They just happen to look like a horse and a squid. So you can use that to your advantage maybe, since they kind of look like those things. Wait, that does look really yeah, it's a squid. Like when you eat something, you know? Here's the tentacles, the tenties. You know, we kind of talked about tentacles. And then this is the little like mouth body part, and then the cap on the squid. You can't unsee it? Yeah. Anyways. Okay, Jie. Rapid transit. Jie Yun. Makes sense. a nimble transport. 捷径 shortcut, yeah. A nimble track. Shortcut, nice.
节 南宋 潘
伊甸园
伊甸园
transliteration.
莲花
Yeah, so the cross is probably the weakest
节
part of the mnemonic. All right, next 5
福
characters. Ooh, to bend over. Oh, I wonder if this has anything to do with qi, like qi fu, fu qi. That could be. That could work. Qi is actually kind of weak. Or we could use like one, like fu one fu. Like a bend, a curve and bend over. Or it could be bend over as in like bend horizontally, like fu hong. It could also be like bend over but still down, so it could be fu xia, something like that. Interesting. Frankenstein, do you look like a fool? You don't look like a fool. The closest thing is Chen. This is Chen. And Ren plus Chen. Ren plus Chen. 是福. Alright, Frankenstein is inside the living room of the house, playing with his monster bulldog. That's funny, monster. In reality, it is Slender Man, whose head has been replaced with a bulldog. Okay, Frankenstein gives it some treat as he trains it to bend over whenever Frankenstein says bend over. Every time the Slender Man bulldog creation bends over, it loses balance and falls onto the carpet though. That's actually kind of cute. I like it. Is that dog in Chinese? It is. Chen. Inu. Inu. So... however, it's a more archaic, or I would say it's not more of archaic, it's more of a later thing. Yeah, instead of Gao. Yeah, Inu. So, Gao is like, oops. Something like this. Sounds like the French. Oh, yeah, true. I'm not sure if that's a coincidence or not. That's true. Yeah, Chen. Yeah, Chen is the... Yeah, and I got this. This is like... We're talking about like HSK like 8 or something. HSK I think 1 through 5 is about like N 5 through 4 ish. So it comes pretty late. And you learn Gao, which is the dog, early. And I don't know if Gao... Actually, let me see in Japanese when you get... if they use the other character. Jisho, where are you? No. Oh, here it is. Oh, no, just kidding. Oh, maybe that. No. No, they don't use it. They don't use the sort of. Oh, it's kind of. I mean, it's kind of. Tanuki is the closest. No, I don't see it. I don't see the standard character for doggo here. That's interesting. But yeah, that does mean dog. Convenient, very convenient. I like learning Chinese and Japanese for this very reason. To lie in ambush. What? My fool? Bury to bend over to lie in ambush. Okay, like prone. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Wow, that's so advanced. That's so like oddly specific. I was just thinking maybe like I don't know, like this fu xia or something. That is wild. Yeah. Oh, and this means the same thing too, James. My is berry. So the kunyomi or any other onyomis or any other reads for berry. But generally the most common one is probably in like berry for the kunyomi and whatever ending. There's various forms like get buried and to bury, etc.
Fu.
Okay, so Frankenstein's, Slender Man's hybrid doggo, right? And giving him treats to bend over.
Xiang.
Xiang, that looks like a xiang. Side room, that's kind of specific for this character. What the heck? Xena's in front of the chapel where Shishi typo is building a side room extension. She cuts down a tree with her sword, kind of hard to do, and uses that timber to slowly build a makeshift side room shack that leans against the outside of the chapel. As the priest stares at her with their eyes, she paints a giant eye on the outside of the side room shack. Okay, that went somewhere else. It's good though. Usually I want to make the eye a characteristic of Xena, so let's adjust this a little. So Xena's in front of the chapel, being hired to maybe guard the chapel, right? So she needed better sight for her, I don't know, her warrior vision, so to speak. So she cuts down a tree with her sword because she's OP and build a shack as a side room with a high position to keep an eye on the chapel. Okay, threw in a couple extra ones in there just for the heck of it. Railroad card, yeah. Chexiang, that's interesting. Railroad car, the car's side room. Xiangfang, side room. Literally side room.
Xiang.
Okay.
Zhang.
Jiang, you do look like a Jiang. You did. Wait, how's this different from the other swollen? Wasn't that Jiang? Jiang. Was this something else? Oh, Zhong. Jiang Zhong. Maybe Jianzhong, swell, and oh no, what type of swell though? Is it like to bloat? Okay, that could be, or it could be like big. So like jiang kai, open. What language would you pick up next if you had the time? It would be Spanish and French. I already technically picked up Spanish a bit, but it's more like a time management issue at the moment. Spanish is my first learned language, actually. Like, what I mean is, it's my first post-adult learned language. It's so it's actually the most familiar one. Chinese is second, so that's why I did Chinese second. And then Japanese is the least familiar one that I listen to on a daily basis. So since 5 years old, been surrounded with Spanish, Mandarin, Cantonese, but Cantonese is not like a formal resource thing. So, and then technically English and Fujianese and Mandarin were the first ones that I heard in my life, like when I was a child. But since 5 years old, all 4 of those languages have been present. I guess 5. That's English, Fujianese, Mandarin, Cantonese, and Spanish. And then someone here has been keeping me company for like the last month or two, and she's incredibly enthusiastic about French, like really enthusiastic, and she likes talking about study methods and what she's doing about things, and she's collected, and I've seen shared her notes and stuff. So if French and Spanish are probably going to be like somewhat of a duo, like companion duo, much like Japanese and Chinese are companion duos. Probably those. I tried fitting in Spanish on and off this year, but it's really difficult to fit in time. There's too many interesting things about learning language. So, and I yap a lot, and yapping is what has become more of an incentive. You really wonder how people self-study French? Me too. And I guess we'll find out. Spanish is going to be quicker by every means of the imagination. So like I was going back to Duolingo, right? Because Duolingo's flagship was Spanish. I had to compare it with the Chinese course and the Japanese course in order to see where the weaknesses and pros and cons and etc. So when I was doing that, the Spanish thing was rapid. It's incredibly rapid, largely because Spanish is probably the thing that I'm most familiar with. Not everyone, when I'm moving around and walking around in the United States, the most common language I would encounter is Spanish as opposed to Mandarin. I didn't spend most of my life living around the metropolitan area, so Mandarin and Cantonese, largely Mandarin, doesn't come up very often. And then Fujianese is my mother tongue, so I have to speak Fujianese. Otherwise, me and my parents are going to have a really big problem communicating. And Fujianese is maintained because I interpret. I am my parents' interpreter. So while I might not be able to amass the complex vocabulary that necessarily to express like an otolaryngologist or a gastroenterologist, you make do with what Fujianese my parents know. Because if I asked my parents like, what is an otolaryngologist, like they wouldn't know either, because it was afterwards. These terms is outside of their immigration time, so it's kind of interesting. And that's my mentality with learning language. You learn language through doing things and applying things, as opposed to consistently trying to input without an active form of output. Sentence mining, by the way, fulfills that requirement. Sentence mining is a way to take the input but make it an action in which you're dedicated to creating something with the exploration of the thing. Sitting there passively listening to vlogs and podcasts without active thought, that's another story. I'm not a proponent of someone, like, I rarely ever am someone, if you're talking to me about strategies, I would ever touch upon passive activities like that. Talking about language in any language possible, explaining, connecting, and making associations while you're talking to somebody else or looking at something else at any given opportunity is the key to retention and forming that one day intuitive connection between things. So it is in all of the methods. It's up to the user to understand that they're either being passive or active in their activity. Yeah, you think mining in your Anki reviews have been really important for retention? Yeah. Practice here, like James, like, I have a bias. I prefer that when I go to learn something, even if I learn at a slower rate than someone else, I prefer not having to forget it and relearn it. So all the times I prefer not to have concerns about maintenance and setback than running for the finish line. So it's the consistency game that I typically play. So whenever someone says, I feel demotivated, or I feel like I don't have a routine to do like 500 reviews, and I'm like, well, give me 3,000 and I'll do them in the day, because I have the discipline, because I spent more time focusing on retention and practicing, despite giving up time to cram as much new information as possible and fumble along the way. That's perfectly fine for like younger, brighter, maybe more aspiring people with a more hustle culture. But most of the stuff that I talk about and say, we're doing methodically. It's often methodical, intentional, and also actively way that you're interacting with the things. So I do like the aspect of sentence mining, especially sentence mining something you're already hyper engaged in, which is a bonus. You're actively solving problems, putting together problems, contextualizing the thing that you have to remember, and using things and actively creating new tasks for you to do with that language, even if you're not speaking that language yet. So that to me is what I feel immersion is supposed to do. The thing about the immersion being attractive is it is more likely to get someone to be active in theirs. So whenever you're doing like regurgitating or reciting a teacher's words and stuff, that becomes more and more passive. Like if you're just listening to something and repeating it without an active like without actively being engaged in it, like thinking actively, then it's true for nearly everything. So if you're listening to a vlog, there's a large difference between someone who is interested in the vlog itself and actively listening and attentively wanting to understand and doing it, versus someone who's listening and thinking you'll magically make them retain and understand the content eventually. Like it's one ear out the other. And I can assure you, when someone says, no, there's no example of that. Heritage speakers suck when they're passive. You could live with parents who entirely speak a different language and you cannot acquire the language after spending more than 18 years of your life with them. That's very different for me because I have to use the language at home, despite not growing up in like China and stuff. So whenever people say move to Japan is a great way to elevate your language, yes, because you're actively engaged in it. You are trying to achieve things and not solve things and whatnot. That, in my opinion, creates the retention. Constantly doing the same thing can be a drag because it can become passive, more and more passive. So giving yourself a lot of activities to encourage yourself to do things is great. So balancing, eventually, you know, Anki and mining leads to writing essays, right, about your favorite game. If you're playing a game, you can start to encourage yourself through the sentence mining to write about, using the Japanese you've learned, to write about the video game, in which writing about the video game, you can also talk about the Japanese phrases that come up, or studying the video game's Japanese language. That will ultimately make it so that it sticks and it feels like a routine. That's kind of what I'm going to do in the future. Not yet. I usually give these things a year, but I would say 2027 is when we're going to do things like talk about what kind of phrases show up. What's my favorite phrase in Like a Dragon games? And what do I think about those phrases? And then we can talk about those phrases. So when I sentence mine, it's going to be about phrases that I care about and phrases that I want to use. Like you said, using materials you enjoy is really important, because then you have an emotional, yes, you have an association. And usually the buzzword that I use, you know, if I ever sell a product, the word is association. And association comes with objective and subjective things you can use. If you get both, if you're able to get both, that association is so strong that it retains, and it also even encodes like immediately, like it's salient. It becomes salient memories because it's tied to other things by association that already exist. So how would you learn this? You're Japanese. How did you learn this with translation? You're English. How did you learn this? The sound you have heard before. If you can connect and have a foundation, you're not necessarily having to relearn from the start. Like when you said Chen, when I was saying Chen, which is for dog, you said it sounds like the French sound. That is exactly the process that I talk about all the time, because if you're already doing that, I have no reservations that whatever you use, you can make it work. As opposed to someone who's like, well, I'm looking at this character and I'm like, huh? So that's what Mia and Mika has been talking about before, where you're looking at something and you have a blank stare. So your life, when you're doing a lot of applications and problem solving, eventually you can come up with creative ways to form associations, whether through emotional or semantics, right? And my memory is tied to that. I don't have exceptional short memory. I honestly, if I kept staring at this and it's like a blank, I wouldn't remember it either. Like, my experience is compensating for my lack of rote memory. My rote memory is pretty bad when I was a kid. I don't think it improved with age. I think it got worse with age. So I'm actually increasing my strategies of association over time as I'm growing older. I'm actually not decreasing it. So it's compensating for my short-term memory, or my normal short-term memory, which I feel most people actually have relatively average short-term memory. Within a statistical average, if you sample a population, like go to a psychologist if you want, to have a standardized evaluation. I would imagine the people who think they have short-term memory problems or like short memory, they would probably end up within the statistical average of whoever voluntarily sample for their memory, right? And then when you use long-term memory and how you encode and retain long-term memory, that's when it gets spicy. It gets very spicy, because with time and dilation of time, that's where the difference ends up becoming. That's where you can truly in my opinion, make a significant impact over the course of your life. Because now we're talking about long-term memory. And long-term memory is across your entire lifespan. So the odds are fundamentally you have more to gain through practice and diligence over a long period of time than a short period of time. So short-term memory tends to be less variant than the hustle culture. The hustle culture conditions you to believe. Short-term memory is highly invariant. That's why it is often used as an indicator of IQ. Like IQ, when people talk about like mental assessment, short-term memory is less variant between people. Long-term memory is incredibly variant. And it can give people the impression that somehow long-term memory is associated with short-term memory in the way you're retaining information. That is simply not true. That is a leap of logic, especially with the current amount of statistical longitudinal studies when it comes to performance with regards to short-term memory and performance when in regards to long-term memory. There is no shot you're within the average. Go find out. I disagree with you. I think there's more than the 50% that you're within the average. I mean, you can convince yourself, you can keep saying that, but you can go test it. Go to a neighboring place and do a test assessment. Even the simplest forms of short-term memory assessment, if you give it your go, you're gonna likely fall between the statistical average. You didn't get good grades because you have somewhat of a no shot within statistical average short-term memory. Retrograde amnesia and things like that are absolutely way outside the bounds of statistical average. So you really have to try to not land within the statistical average. That's why you like SRS. You can access how encoded the vocab is. Yes, exactly. By how long you go between reviews and still succeed. Yes, James. That is what SRS, that forms the foundation of nearly all the routines. Like your immersion routines still have SRS. Your graded readers still have SRS. Your fitness programs, your dieting, your sleep hygiene, they all have SRS. They're spaced and they're habit formation. And you can assess how well you do those things with relatives to time. And that's the magic sauce right now. How addicted you are to TikTok? SRS. How consistent you are with your live service games? SRS. I was just talking about this earlier, so I'm just going to throw it in. Habit formation, routine forms the foundation of longevity, and longevity is reinforced. What have I been reading lately? Oh, are you talking to Mika or myself? For myself, what I have been reading, I've been reading subtitles, basically, like Japanese subtitles and Chinese subtitles for the most part. I haven't been reading any text except news sites. So usually I read subtitles to like vlogs, and like a lot of vlogs, what they do is sometimes they either speak in English or Japanese, but they provide Japanese subtitles for either, right? Most of the vlogs I watch are people who speak English and Japanese, or English and Chinese, and English and Spanish, but they provide both the subtitles on it. And I don't know if they curate it or not, but the vast majority of things I'm actually reading are either news stations or people speaking on it. Like Takashi. Yeah, Easy NHK is a great resource. There's a Spanish one too. There's a Spanish one, and Bree has a French one, and there's also Chinese ones. Not necessarily Chinese mainland, but since I'm reading traditional, like outside of China, so like Taiwan, Malaysia, and stuff have opportunities to look at traditional sources. Yeah. Okay, if you ever get tested, you'll let you know. You have no idea where you can do that, by the way. Yeah, I mean, if you ever find out, we could take it together. Like, Mika, if it's like an internet thing, sure, we can take it together. I will probably tell you that my short-term memory is not that different from yours. In fact, I would argue that you may not have to do it if you look at you can look at examples, like, from other people. For example, you can, like, maybe find an essay on short-term memory examination and see, like, if they did the stuff or not. And maybe you can try to form a comparative analysis of individuals and in how they perform on the tasks that they have. Like, for myself, you haven't seen me perform a short-term memory task in actuality. Like, for example, if you're hearing me do this and, you know, we've been talking about different cards and whatnot, and you're like, how do I remember this? I don't really actually approach short-term memory the same way you do at the moment. So it's very hard to control. Like, if someone asks me, okay, here's something, like, this is how people access short-term memory a lot of times. They would give you something that's nonsensical and then ask the person, what did you see? Because when I see this, I'm not seeing random. But Mika, our experience, like, when you're talking to me, this seems random to you. And then that's where you think you have poor short-term memory. So if you're giving me something random that I'm not incomprehensible to me, I'm going to tell you that you and I are probably going to fall pretty close to each other. The thing is, it's not treated equal right now. We haven't controlled for what we do know. So whenever it feels like maybe I have better short-term memory, like I'm not, maybe that's how you feel right now, it's probably not true because the conditions are not normalized yet. Short-term memory deals with is affected by the level of abstraction. So if I'm looking at this, I'm like, holy heck, old? I can't reproduce this. There's just no way. I think I might be able to, like, get this line, like the beginning of the line, when like it goes away. I'm like, I don't know. Like, I've already forgotten where the lines are. Like, I don't know. See, that's the difference. That's what I mean. Like, if I don't have anything, you and I will struggle just as much. Mika, like, I think you're overestimating or by underestimating. I don't know what word we're gonna use. But I think your idea is kind of blown out of proportion. Like, short-term memory is pretty invariant. Although then someone can argue, well, all your tricks and strategies are part of your short-term memory. Sure, I guess. I don't know. Feel like you're struggling. There is a let's see. There is a human benchmark test website, although I think it wasn't designed necessarily with this in mind. Yeah, like, feel free. Mika, if you really want to believe, I will stick by my words. We can do whatever benchmark test you decide, and I'm gonna tell you that I can point out what I do in the benchmark, and we'll compare and contrast our performances. It might not be as startling and significant as you might think, because if we decide not to use the strategies, like if I don't use the strategies that I have built and try to do it in approach in your way, I will probably fall within your performance. The reason why I'm saying this is practice and discipline and other forms of strategies can improve your appearance or performance in short-term memory and long-term memory, despite your inherent short-term memory being probably invariant between people. When you say you have poor short-term memory, in my opinion, you're making it sound like you were born that way, that you have a hayflick limit, like a limitation on it. And I'm saying that limitation is not that variant from other people, at least in my opinion, but we would still have to test it. But I'm not saying it's also true. It's probably true. If you feel like you're struggling, you could always find easier material. Not sure if that's how you're meaning. Stuff with furigana is quite approachable. Get ready for the excuse train. They share data graphs on performance. You want me to compare my results with a graph and get back to you? Sure, Mika. Yeah, you guys can exchange ideas too, because I feel James have a different amount of experience, like a different take and different experiences than I do. Yeah, definitely feel free, James, to like chime in and exchange if you have time. Obviously, if you have time to exchange some of your experiences with Mika, because I feel like these last couple of days, me and Mika, we have it will take some time to kind of bridge some of those. So my experience is quite different, and I feel like you and I, James, are in different stages, and while we kind of have similar underlying principles, our approaches are a bit different. So maybe you can there's some inspiration there to be gathered. Yeah, okay. Jiang. I'm pretty sure swollen is like Jiang. Or no, not Jiang, Zhong. Yeah, Zhong. Only the moon is similar? Dang. That's fine. The other Jiang, Jiang is long, right? Or not long, actually. Jiang is a chapter. And then Chang is what that kind of looks like. Chang for long. And then we also have Jiang. Jiang is water. Where do be my water? There's also Jiang. To rise. Yeah, I guess that's where we're gonna go. Connect the ideas. James Bond is in the bathroom of the chapel where his stomach is totally swollen. Right? That's Zhong though. In fact, his stomach almost looks like a moon, probably because he earlier ate. Okay. Alright, you need to calm down. Alright, James Bond is in the bathroom of the chapel. Where he is trying to extract a priceless maybe extract a priceless artifact, maybe like extract a secret let's say in the night, extract a spend a long night trying to extract a secret loaded, I don't know, swollen. Huh. Priceless. Moon-shaped, I don't know, artifact? And keep it from, oh no, that's a little disconnect. Swollen. We already went over data, Mika. Under average by little means that it's probably statistically negligible. And you only tested visual memory. Short-term memory is not simply the visual memory. And of all the things that you tested, you decided to choose the test that you believe is below average. So now you gotta test auditory memory, which is your strength. So when you put it together, it's probably going to be still within a statistical normal distribution. So hopefully you get a boost of confidence. Like, what I mean is being normal is good. There's no auditory option? Oh, that's kind of disappointing. Huh. What I like, I have a secret agenda. I'll just tell you, so if you know what I mean. Being normal is good in this case because it will provide some confidence that the difference between maybe James, you, and I is something that you can control and work on, as opposed to like constantly relying on the idea that there's some sort of intrinsic barrier to not being able to learn a language. Verbal memory. 75th percentile or so? That's above average. Well, actually, I don't know how the scale works, so maybe 70th, I don't know, but according to that, then 70th percentile means you're above average. At least that's what that's supposed to tell me. Yeah, top 25%. It's no, what I mean is based on test taker. Yeah, what I mean is I don't know who the test takers are. Like we have to keep that in mind as well. Like sampling size and stuff, you don't really know how they sampled the stuff. But 75 percentile of what? When you say of test takers, we don't know what the makeup of the test takers are. It could be like people who have verbal memory with something else, and it could skew the results as a self-exam. However, it's a good thing. Your top 25% sounds good. What I can only think of is like, what if it's in Japanese? I'm like 0 percentile. I'm kidding. What if it's in a what if you don't have any association with any of the verbal sounds? I've always wondered that. It reminds me of the song thing. I got you, but it's mostly streamers and random internet users. It'll be okay. All right. Good luck. Good luck. Exciting. Hey, you know what, James? I think you're the maybe the fourth person that mentioned Ace Attorney as their choice of sentence mining. I'll have to consider trying that sometime. Right now we're doing Like a Dragon stuff, but have you there's another person who's from Germany, actually, who's from Germany recently, told me that it's fully Monster Hunter Stories have like already accommodations for like reading, like more accessible reading. So that's kind of an interesting thing too. Monster Hunter Stories. I think if anything that I would probably get into, Ace Attorney sounds like a wild fun. And oh, here's something. If you're doing Ace Attorney, depending on how in-depth their terminology is for the law stuff of things, I shared this with Mika before. A lot of the formal words and like the specialized words for like professionals and careers and stuff like law, when you learn Chinese, they're typically the more common characters than the other way around. So like in Chinese, most of those phrases overlap entirely with Japanese. So whenever you're reading like newspaper sites and like written essays and formal notifications and stuff, it actually is a great way to already practice Chinese. I don't know if this is a plug if you have any interest in learning Chinese, but whenever I read the NHK site and stuff, it's the non-easy one often can be a little bit more understandable. Not like I can read it in Japanese, but the idea is the meaning is still there. So with the Chinese characters, you can read the more professional stuff by their meaning, but not by what it sounds like, which was potentially like how in English more formal, yes, they have no grammatic and they have non-dramatic roots, and they tend to be, yes, French, Greek, and Latin. Yeah, exactly. The relationship is really funny. Like sometimes when you go to the NHK site, I'm like, all right, I don't know what this means, and then I switch it over to like the non-easy one, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, at least I know it from a Chinese perspective. I have no idea what those words are though, but reading the characters already carry the meaning, and I think that's really satisfying. I think that's one of the most satisfying experiences about like being able to read characters, because even though you have no like sound coming to your ear, like you're just reading those words, right, and there's no sound, it's getting to that point where, you know how back in the day when you're learning your first language, like my English was my first learned language, so you know how in class the teacher will tell you to stand up and then you read the sentences out loud. However, at some point when you get much older, you start reading it without necessarily hearing it in your mind's eye, like in your brain. So learning characters, and then if you're learning two characters with the meanings, it's as though you're reading the characters for their meaning, but you're not hearing the sound. And I feel that disconnect is one of the things that eventually language learners have to bridge, because speaking then involves trying to bridge what you have spent a lot of time reading into the sounds. And that's kind of interesting. I will probably explore that in the next 2 or 3 years. I would have to make that connection. You could potentially tackle Mandarin eventually. You're planning to go for German next, partly because it's going to be a lot easier than Japanese as an English native. That's fair. That's fair. Doing Mandarin next would be double difficulty. I don't know. I feel like you might be. I'm not trying to strong arm you, but I think the way you're learning Japanese now, I feel like you're kind of underestimating a little bit by how much Japanese is gonna help you with Mandarin. Of course, German's cool. I don't know what you're using German for. The first thing I always think about if I were to learn German is immediately go watch Dark again. Eventually. The series, the German series Dark. I guess, what do you call it? Psychological thriller slash like a different type of horror suspense thing. I would probably like learn some German to an extent where I could then go and watch the Dark series again. It's kind of like German Stranger Things, I suppose. You mainly want to use it for travel and literature. Ah, I see. Yeah, for here, Spanish, English native. English is my most commonly used language. So Spanish is the Spanish was the choice that I ended up going with. That's a good rec though. Haven't seen it. You'll definitely use that for input. Oh, you haven't seen Dark? Oh, I'm not sure if you're into like what type of thing you're into, but it's a really fantastic German show. Like it's the breakout, in my opinion, in this modern age. The modern age, if there's a German show that is fun to listen to without even having language, it'd probably be Dark. Neat. Yeah, let me German, huh? You love sci-fi? Oh. Okay. Yeah, if you love sci-fi, then it's done. Like, I absolutely love sci-fi. It's my guilty pleasure. It's unfortunate that sci-fi shows get canceled a lot because it's kind of still niche, right? Like recently I watched Resident Alien, and it did conclude, but it was on the Sci-Fi Channel, so it technically got canceled after season 4, but the writer already knew that it was gonna get canceled, so they wrote an ending for season 4, and it was a really nice one. So lots of sci-fi shows, and I really like sci-fi, but man, people don't keep sci-fi shows alive. Right now, Pluribus is my sci-fi. I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of Pluribus, which are the Better Call Saul guys and Breaking Bad guys. This is sci-fi as well. It's kind of the hot thing right now. And then before that was a Severance. Have you seen Severance? Oh man, really awesome sci-fi. I'm not sure if they translated it or like dubbed over it. It would be kind of funny just to hear like Japanese speakers dub over these things. It's on Apple TV, so I'm not entirely sure how far-reaching it is. Apple own things tend to have international appeal, or attempt to have international appeal. There is a chance there might be a dub over in Japanese. That would be kind of fun. I had thought about watching things with dub overs. The last time I watched something with dub over are Disney stuff. A lot of Disney distributed stuff tends to be highly multilingual, so you can use it to run parallel. So you can watch, I don't know, The Lion King in all 3 or 4 or 5, and then you can compare and form associations with each of the watches over. Yeah. I typically like pick a fun scene that I really like to watch over again with the most emotional impact to me. So then whenever I encounter a really good scene, like, oh yeah, the first 6 minutes of this and that, like this show, oh, I wonder what that sounds like in Japanese. So I typically pick a company, a publisher that has international appeal, and they tend to then have multiple dubs of their scenes or their entire show or movies and whatnot. And that's kind of how I have been doing my ear training. And then I would read the subtitles. You don't watch as many series as you use, partly due to the current streaming service climate. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. Yep. I do the cue thing, like a concentration of things, and I do that. And then a concentration of things, I do that. So I systematically discontinue and continue things, which I don't think people like habitually do most of the time. They just keep adding on to things. So I definitely understand about the current streaming service climate and what it can be conducive about. Yeah. Inflation. Oh wait, is this monetary inflation? It is. I see it. Yeah. You can see currency. Tsuka. Right? Tsuka is the first compound word, so it's dealing with inflation currency. Tonghua. Tonghua peng jiang. Yeah, this is what I mean by you might get away with a lot of Japanese, because this would tell you that it has something to do with money because of the first two characters. Tsuka, which is pass through an asset or freight or something like that, which stands for more like finance related things. I don't have the character in the third one though. Peng and then jiang, to swell. Peng is probably something like raise up. Inflate. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, communicate or pass through information on commodities, freights, properties, assets. So the assets that are being passed through, currency and stuff, became inflated or swell or increase. Inflation. Nice.
涨
Swell. So technically it could also be like an intensifier, something that is going, like increasing.
底
To enlighten. Yeah, you think it would help quite a bit for sure. Still would have its unique challenges. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know if you do this for fun, but have you ever had fun trying to read English with a Japanese accent by just seeing how intuitive your pronunciation is in Japanese? I do that a lot now, like in my head, where like, you know, kanyo se, right? Like that's kind of funny. Can you see? And then you can also do it with Chinese. Basically, Chinese, you use the tones. So you try to think of the tones, like 餐有色微热 what? Yeah, the it's so funny. That's kind of it's a fun activity because now you're thinking, to me, that's how I would think a Japanese person or a Chinese person, when they see English, what would it be like? So you're trying to think of only the sounds. You're trying to read something with only the sounds that they are used to. And that is really fun too. I find is a really great way to pretend like you're to see what English sounds like if you were using a different language's sound, and it's a great benchmark in my opinion on how comfortable you are with sounds, as opposed to like having to rely on a trigger for reading. Tan is good, and kan and tan are supposed to be together. So can, tan, kan are the three languages. They overlap with can, which is really funny. And yo, and you know, just yo and you can line up with you, ooh, and sorry, okay, I'm done. You gotta make language fun too, so that did something else too. Got slightly above 50% on numbers and sequence memory. Got one left to do. Someone is slightly above average. Someone is slightly above average. What if I find out that I have below average short-term memory? What would that do? It wouldn't affect my self-esteem, I can tell you that, if I find out that I have below average short-term memory. And if I have above short-term memory, it wouldn't make me work any less. I would still work as hard as I can to do things. Life is too boring to either rest on your laurels or think you have a disadvantage, or even being average, like something that makes people. Your results would vary based on what time of day and how hungry you are, etc. Yeah, exactly. It would also result on the self-selection of the test itself, like what you might have visual acuity for a predisposed thing. I don't know how rigorous they are with the methodology that they use to like disproportionately choose a representative sample on how they do the exam. So then you would have to take multiple tests, because like multiple tests from multiple agencies and multiple metrics in order to create a converging evidence of statistical average. So you would need like multiple performance from different sources and different independent examiners. I did get examined for aptitude when I was 14 years old, and it sounds like it's similar to what Mika is telling me, because there was a verbal acuity sample. I scored the highest on verbal acuity when I was 15 though. And for math, like for visual acuity, it was pretty average. I remember some of these things, like seeing the scores. And then there was sequence. Sequence was above average. I scored in the 99th percentile for verbal acuity. And then there was this thing about the sequence thing. There are two components of sequence: association, so like pattern recognition, versus like remembering sequences. So there was a memory sequence thing, and obviously this wasn't supposed to teach just evaluate short-term memory. It was a psych evaluation. So the psych evaluation dealt with other things like reasoning. Associations was my top score. So what made me, quote unquote, what identified me as a gifted person was because of my reasoning skills, my pattern and reasoning skills, as opposed to like some sort of memory components. Like I can, like, usually you get sequences, like you get a sequence of numbers, and then they ask you to say it backwards, you know, like throw it backwards, or they keep increasing the sequence for you to remember and then go backwards. When you're younger, you don't really have that many skills to test, right? So oftentimes it would be like several things and then repeat them backwards, or what was the third thing, what was the fourth thing, how do you sequence, how do you group, how do you chunk. So I think I did relatively average on all of those tasks. The task that I scored the 99th percentile is the task how I associate complex concepts together. So that's like someone asks me, it's funny because it deals with language. So it does relate to language. The task that I scored in the 99th percentile dealt with the interpretation and how to go about coming up with an answer to something I can't possibly know. So, but they're deliberately picking things that I can associate with something that's beyond my current experience or my knowledge. So they would give me, like, say, enlighten, right? But I haven't learned this word yet. Like, what does enlighten mean? Well, immediately I would say, well, okay, it sounds like I would say it's the opposite of dull. Or I would also say it reminds me of the opposite of dim. Or it sounds like learned. That's how I responded to the psychologist that was evaluating me. I was already evaluating and answering things based on association when I was younger. So the techniques that I do now, that I emphasize now, are the same techniques that I've been working on and elaborating on. I didn't say, oh, enlighten is to, it sounds like, but when I don't know the word, I would answer in this way. Well, N sounds like it has something to do with trigger. In sounds like a past tense thing. And light sounds like something that's becoming brighter. And I would say that to the person. So maybe it has something to it brighten something. That's how I would speak to the psychologist when I was 14 years old, learning English. And this is how some of the memory performances and thinking skills, like how's your critical thinking skills and problem solving skills when you were 14 or when I was 14. And the reason why I was considered gifted, in my opinion, is because it's relative to the other students, right? So it's 99th percentile at the time. And it's based on whatever their sample is, whatever their selected sample was. Like 99th percentile compared to what? So I didn't have privy to that, but my assertion or my thought is I probably scored 99th percentile because at the time, at the age of 14 years of age, this type of thing probably didn't occur yet. Like, this type of thing is rarer, and it leads to more consistent performance in the answering. So when I'm learning language now, when I'm 38 now, by the way, I'm almost 39. I have a whole lifetime. Like, if I was doing it at 14, now I'm 38. So I had 24 years to either rest on my laurels and never develop more skills, like develop that skill, then my relative, quote unquote, relative IQ would normalize with age, because then it would appear that, quote unquote, my IQ would lower with respect to the age of the people around me, whoever's like sampling. I didn't see this decrease, telling me that I still had room to improve. And I didn't settle on staying with the stuff. Usually this is what happens when you get to college and then, a gifted person hit their first roadblock, and then they either choose to improve because certain deficiencies have come to light, or they choose to give up. And it does happen. It happens a lot when people are advised that they had high IQ or gifted in an early stage and they underperform because they don't need to. There's emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence can stunt the growth of someone's early advantages. And that's kind of where I was going towards a lot of times. I was gifted then. There's a chance I'm not gifted now or ahead because you're being compared relative to people your age. So there's a chance I'm not ahead anymore or ahead as much as I was when I was a kid. So whenever I'm learning and showing people how I learn and rationalize and do things, it's fun to see how I compare to other people. Not because I want to be better or worse or need a driver. I'm genuinely curious because adult intelligence is incredibly dynamic and spurious, and it's so dependent on environmental life like consistencies that you can no longer make these comparisons adequately, even with the quantum computer at the moment, apparently, allegedly. And when you're younger, you're highly more invariant because there's less spurious environmental noise. So for me, when Mika is talking about short-term memory, and then we're going to compare each other, like if I do the assessment and Mika do the assessment, the chances are that my assessment is way less reliable for a consistent representation of adult intelligence versus Mika's thing. So whenever Mika thinks that her short-term memory is variant, it is unlikely to become, like, based on the results that she had in her life, it's likely less telling than how invariant it is. When you get to adulthood, those things can become very visible. They can be very visceral because there's separation. Separation happens in adulthood, and there aren't ways to test that anymore. Like, I can't become dumber. Like, what I mean is I can't like magically forget the associations that I made unless I experience amnesia or retrograde amnesia or something like that. I can't simply avoid the trained skills that I have. And that's why there's a myth that has largely been debunked because of how measuring works. When you measure intelligence, quote unquote, try to measure raw, whatever that means, raw intelligence at a young age, that is far more consistently comparable when you're younger. This does not translate to adult intelligence. And it rarely, like, it doesn't correlate. Like, the correlation falls apart. So every time when someone says, oh, maybe you should go take an IQ test and see how smart you are, I'm like, compared to what? If we're comparing it to other adults, it's going to be not that informative. It is like, that's the nature of statistics and biology and stuff. It is so far affected the longer you live. Yeah, and there's also emotional intelligence, obviously. Yes. Some people don't believe there's emotional intelligence. And I'm like, how do you explain someone who is gifted and become catatonic without emotional awareness? So you're telling me that if there's no such thing as emotional intelligence, this is a great counter argument. It's a pretty hot take that people attack me for when I talk about emotional intelligence, because I believe I had some sort of intellectual intelligence, but I have witnessed over my life the gains and the tragic things that happen when a foundational amount of emotional intelligence is necessary for a intellectually gifted person to not become catatonic when they are older. So despite that, there's a rate limiting non-overlapping component of intelligence that is not purely intellectual, or the thing that people say only exists these are my opponents, the individuals who like come by and say, why do you focus on emotional intelligence? I'm like, that is another property of intelligence, especially when you're an adult. Like, the adult can leverage a lot of these things that make the difference that isn't quite focused on when you're younger. Like grit, due diligence, discipline, morality, responsibilities. Time management is an emotional task as well. So those things really do impact your overall performance, especially your portrayal of necessary intelligence to achieve like the results that you want, I suppose. Your aptitude, your outward aptitude. Did actually do audio number tests for exams. Oh, testing. They said you had a very good audio number memory, but was really bad at writing speed and at cross-referencing a symbol key with symbols. Interesting. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, the backwards number audio test is what you did really well at. Well, that means that you have good short-term memory. Or at least workable average. At least average short-term memory. Number sequences are one of the more reliable ways to create an abstraction that deals with how well you remember something in the short term. There are strategies that people practice. Chunking is one of the classic ones that you develop later as an adult. You don't develop it as a kid. A kid would need some form of higher experience first. Like, for example, if you have to remember the sequence, right? For a kid, it would be like a random sequence of numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But for an adult, you know that the sequence is 1 through 9 with steps of 1. Because you already know the complex nature of numerical relationships. So in order to remember this, you're not remembering literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 7, 8, 9. You're remembering it's 1 through 9 with one step. That's adult intelligence versus raw intelligence. So to test a kid's raw intelligence, you test them early, because this is really complicated. Like, there's another way to remember this. 123, 456, and 789. 12,345 and 6,789. These are adult experience ways of creating memory. And then you could say, like, you remember some of the numbers because they suck. Like, you remember, oh yeah, 5 is my favorite number. So I'll start with 5, and there's 4 numbers before it in one step and 4 numbers after it. That's emotional intelligence. You're incorporating your attention to the things that don't suck, and the things that do suck, and the things you like, and the things that catches your attention. That's emotional intelligence. So you will likely remember sequences when someone's evaluating you, right? Somehow you maybe, if there's a random sequence of numbers like 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 6, 5, 7. Emotionally, you might say, oh yeah, I heard 5 a lot. It was at least 4 5s. So then the 5s are the anchors. The 5s are going to be producing the anchors to remember the neighboring numbers. So when you're visualizing, you'll probably see this. You can end up seeing this in your brain right now. And then so you immediately use the 5s as an anchor. And like, okay, so what was next to 5? It was 6. This was 7. And then before it was a sequence of 1, but we skipped a step, which is 4, 3, 1, 3, 4. So those are advanced. They're like incredibly advanced and far more complex ways outside of a kid. So when you were younger, you had depending on your experience, you might only have 1 or 2 ways to remember a sequence. When you are an adult, depending on your environment and how much problem-solving skills you have, you think emotional intelligence can also be largely interpersonal? Yes. How we communicate and understand each other? Yes. My number 1 skill, often when it comes to trying to enrich people about intelligence, especially emotional intelligence, as well as intellectual, by the way, because they're connected in that way, is communication skills. This is a life skill. Communication is a life skill. So most of your interpersonal skills deal with emotional intelligence, and interpersonal skills can encourage non-interpersonal skills, intrapersonal skills as well. So oftentimes communication skills can enrich for strategies like this. Like, I don't think like this. I'm telling you conceptually, I do not rely on these things. So whenever you have like a 6, 6, 7, 420, 69, 420, 8, 8, 8, 6, 6, 6. I bet you remember some things based on emotional intelligence alone. Oh, yeah, you got 67. Yeah. So 67 is next to 420, next to 69 with another 420 and a 666, separated by 888, which is the thing you're probably going to have to remember, and a 6 beforehand. That's a combination of interpersonal skills, emotional intelligence, adult intelligence, chunking, and not just random numbers that you have to remember with short-term memory. So that's what I mean by it's probably going to be different, and it's not going to tell very much if you're comparing an adult with a lot of experience compared to maybe an adult with not a lot of experience, or even the younger version of yourself. Because this is incredibly memorable. Like, how do you remember a password? Right? The way people choose passwords can tell you how much experience they have with memory. I think this is a fun experiment. By the way, if anyone out there who has access to old passwords, I would love for them to do a data mine that segregates countries and certain places in the countries to compare how people type passwords, and then compare them generationally, because the way they remember passwords is actually very reflexive of the strategies they use to encode things. My passwords require 6 steps, and it's all littered around my room. Like, my password, like, I'll give you, it'd be something like a 14 SE 98 DE This would be a password that I would remember. And I'm going to tell you, it's easy to remember it if you know how I did it. Like, you need an encryption. The encryption is how I think about things. This is not one of my passwords, by the way. And I don't use the same strategy for all my passwords. But this would be one of the strategies. These are all different units put together. You would need to know what my encryption is in my head. Like how I encrypt, you know, what the layers of encryption I have. It's not written down, so I don't write down my encryption keys. Most of my passwords deal with looking at associations in the room. One of these have to be a capital letter. Usually I capitalize the first letter, like in the sequence. So this is usually capitalized to meet like password creation things. Uh, do you remember? Okay. Have you considered teaching or tutoring? You seem to have a lot of passion for stuff related to learning and pedagogics. That used to be my goal. I went to, I don't know, James, if I had the pleasure of introducing my background, but I spent most of my life in education, in academia. And one of my goals, my life goals over time, by the time I was like 32, was I was gonna stay in academia to teach science, to teach molecular biology. But during that time, COVID happened, and also, let's just say the logistics behind needing to acquire tenure positions in academia, and then the whole like internet boom and all that stuff kind of derailed that situation. So I still retain most of the things that deal with teaching, tutoring, and learning. Nowadays, I like to do it on a case-by-case basis. So generally, learning and teaching bled into coaching and executive function stuff. So now most of my time is spent in private, a lot of times in the background, as well as engaging in my own personal enrichment to demonstrate stuff. Deals with teaching, learning, and communication, whatnot. So yeah, I do have a passion for this stuff. It was a lifelong passion. The moment I got ahead, I was always behind in my life in terms of catching up, because my parents were not of money and opportunities. However, whenever I get caught up, I usually have a habit of engaging in teaching what I have learned. So ever since like middle school or high school, I generally helped with other people's homeworks and like tutor in response and do outreach and whatnot. So most of the time, whenever I'm ahead, I also look back and help like underclassmen and stuff. It was one of my pleasures. Like that's where I got most of those strategies. Like a large amount of the strategies that I'm talking about it didn't come from me being ahead or like trying to catch up. I was ahead. The first time I've ever felt ahead was around like the age of 29, when I got into like, when I started my like thesis project. That's where I truly kind of felt like I was ahead. But most of the time it was more like, I learned something, I have to be able to teach it and like be able to reproduce that result and pass that information to someone who is about to learn it. So the idea is every time I learn something, I have to be able to explain it. And because I get involved in that, I know the strategies that worked for other people because we collaborated on it. They're not my strategies alone. If I was consistently ahead, I would typically, one way you would look at this is the person would only develop their specific strategy, their specific way of thinking, and only when they have problems, they would then contend with discovery of new ideas. If you're consistently helping someone academically, you also acquire all the troubleshooting and the problems that they have. So for me, when I'm talking about like how you think about a number sequence, right? Like 3000, do you like 3000, 4000 next to each other? Or does this make it harder? These things came from academia. They came from helping other people with their problems, and then them helping me with my problems. So the academic exchange is what makes someone robust in teaching and tutoring, and that's what I call XP. You cannot substitute XP for personal accolades and pursuits and their own. That's the mind of a specialist. And I don't consider myself a specialist, rarely. I do consider myself as a problem solver though, largely because I spent most of my time problem solving and teaching and tutoring or coaching and whatnot, especially depression, mental health, life coaching, routines. Those things require these skills and they are often generalized. And that's, you're right on the spot. I have, and I might still privately tutor, privately teach. I don't do it professionally right now. I'm kind of working on it, I guess. Whether it's professional or I'm being paid or doing that, I still inject the same amount of passion in all of it. So like right now, this very moment, it would still be a testing ground. What I'm saying now would probably be something I'm saying in a tutoring session, in front of a seminar, or defending my thesis. I will still be using this type of approach to try to illustrate and explain things. And then, you know, I would be in front of a chalkboard and be scribbling on the chalkboard as well on top of that. So generally speaking, this is my background. So while learning Chinese and Japanese is really, really fun, I really enjoy it. We also talk about like game theory, video game design, introspection, retrospection, expectations, optics. You can't, if you go through life in my head, it feels like every day you have something to learn. And the thing that I really want to share with everyone is, no, you don't have to be intelligent or like born with a high IQ or some sort of advanced short-term memory or hit the luck button with these. Emotional intelligence is kind of part of the key, as well as harnessing the ability to navigate wanting to do that thing. Hank Green said it in a beautiful video, like maybe like last week. It might be 2 weeks ago. And he talked about how the moment he transitioned into a thinker. And he said this thing about he wasn't always this way. And that's kind of what I want to emphasize to anyone who's younger than me, maybe a slightly more inexperienced, who's looking to the future about, man, why can't I learn things? Why can't I seemingly want to be interested in learning things? You don't start like that. It's through the diligence and encouragement of yourself, from yourself and other people through interpersonal relations, that you can become a thinker. And a thinker comes with a lot of perks. One of the perks is the assurance that you have interest things that you can learn regardless of how mundane it can be. And that's kind of where we sit here. Like, what is the point of recording all of this? The point to me is, this is what thinking looks like, in my opinion. And it's something that is in the background for a lot of people because the platform kind of doesn't support this kind of thing. But I certainly have the luxury and the privilege to do so. And one day, all of this that I'm recording and all the things that I'm talking about, I could use it. I hope to be able to use it for, I don't know, the next little goober, you know, the goobers of the world. Because obviously, one of the most rewarding things about teaching and pedagogics or pedagogy is to pass on the knowledge, at least to encourage the experience. I can't pass on experience, right? Humans cannot pass on experience, but they sure as heck can inform the goobers to be interested in getting that experience. I think right now the internet does a fantastic job of saying you don't need experience if you have the information. Like, it's not worth doing something if someone tells you they already know. Well, fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to phrase it with your emotional intelligence intact, the difference between my smiling face
a big difference between my smiling face, you know, that contributes to this, and that person that's having trouble doing their reviews, right, Mika? Like, not feeling the reward or why it's engaging and stuff. Humans have an incredible aptitude of making things work when they are challenged with problems. And those problems are not bad or good. They are things you can solve. And interpersonal communication, interpersonal skills, is one of the most dynamic forms of them. Not talking to ChatGPT. That's an entirely different situation. ChatGPT inherently creates consistency by exaggerating any form of consistent behavior that gives you a less dynamic feel. And yes, I know there are arguments where like, oh, but you can purposefully inject this dynamic. I'm like, doesn't that, it's oxymoronic with the intent of the tool. So now you're gonna purposely inject noise and dynamics to a tool that is expected to provide consistency. I don't think that's the solution to interpersonal skills. It actually takes interpersonal skills out of the question. It actually takes problem solving out of the question. The less and less you feel like you want to solve a problem, the less and less problems you'll be able to solve in the future. That's kind of one of those things. And hopefully, talking like this and bumbling through things for the first time, despite being articulate when prepared, can demonstrate that humans are good at scrambling through a lot of things. When you become more and more accustomed to that, it is incredibly impressive what humans can do despite having a limited lifespan, not have the ability to pass on experiences, like literal experiences, or transfer emotional intelligence, right? Or even and emotional intelligence, the transferring emotional intelligence is like being interested in the same things, right? Like my generation, or me, and the average generation within my range doesn't have the same transferable interests as the next one. We like to think it's possible, which is what the business models and science and determinism and behavioral psychology is trying to ascertain if it's possible, where like you can mirror an environment so that humans universally do not cycle, so they optimize interest. It could be possible. I mean, I don't think I'm going to live long enough to actually know that, so we'll operate within the observations that I have and the experience I have. Others can, you know, fingers crossed and say science and behavioral psychology and neurobiology can solve how to have optimal engagement or optimal learning in their lifetime. So then one day everyone will solve how to not be depressed in the same way. That's pretty cool if and when it happens. For now, we still stick to learning, problem solving, critical thinking skills, interpersonal skills to solve those problems. And I'm probably not going to live long enough to see that if any of these life skills require you to not work on them. Right. Final test was remembering the order numbers on different location we're in, and you got 93rd percentile. Clearly you don't have problems remembering abstract sequences. Now the question is, how do you apply that to the abstraction of strokes? Because technically numbers are pretty much the most abstract things that you can know. Despite my 420 and 67 and 666 examples, usually numbers in a large sequence tends to be pretty abstract. You can still commandeer some other strategies to increase your ability to do order sequence. But now the question is, how is this not happening? Because if this happens to look like a 9, and this happens to look like a 3, and this happens to look like a 1, right? What's going on there? I don't know, man. You just said the zigzag looks enlightening and there's freedom from being enlightened, which is definitely not the intended way. There's no intended way other than the way that, in my opinion, there's no intended way other than the way that helps you remember. So maybe for emotional intelligence wise, Mika, find your way, right? Find the way. You would struggle with the read. D? Yeah, probably. Wait, what is this? I don't actually know the kanji for this. It kind of looks like you. You. If I had to guess on shape alone, it might be this. Let's go find out. Let's go hit the Jisho. This in. Do enlighten in Japanese use this character first? We have to figure that out first. I don't think it does. Nope, it doesn't. Haven't seen in Japanese, you don't think? Although your vocabulary is obviously limited. Me too. Do you know? And it doesn't look like it lines up with enlightened. So I've been oh, here's something, James. So I've been studying shapes, right? And this shape is a yu. So I'm assuming there's a 30% chance, because yu is a very dominant sound, that it carries the sound of this character. And that's how, yeah, it looks like oil, basically. Yep. And it can be yo as well. So it could be yo. Oops. I'm being a butt. So it's one of this is what I'm thinking. But unfortunately, I can't. Jisho for enlighten doesn't use this character. So let's try based on kana. No. Yeah, so we'll have to wait on it. Yeah, I wouldn't know at the moment. It is interesting though. Right now, I don't know what the overlap in sequence of kanji and Hanzi right now. We're at Hanzi. I think a lot of the characters that I'm looking at are around the like end spectrum, the end spectrum of Japanese. So often these things already have another counterpart. Like to be enlightened, like to enlighten is probably going to be similar to learn or to know or to understand or to comprehend, and you probably have far more vocabulary in Japanese already. In fact, Chinese also have things like that, like Ming, right? Ming for bright, or Aki, or like Ah, right? Ah, and Me, Ah and Me would be very similar to this. So this character would come way earlier and far more common for enlightening something or like brightening something or making something clear. So this character would come up way more. I don't know what this character is in Japanese, so I'm gonna pretend I don't know. Although it's fun to have reason in here, which is great, because then you can use reason as well, because this also means reason, and then this is way, like a way, like the method. So if you combine the two using a different type of encoding, you could say to find reason in a way is to become enlightened. So this is like character study, like how character study leads to discovery. So if you know the way through reason, you are an enlightened person. That's another way than doing this. You don't have to do this, but I usually do this too. My encoding and recall uses like 5 prominent ways, as I mentioned earlier. So it could be pictographically. It could also be using radical design, mnemonics in multiple ways. The only use on Jisho is in the kanji for Disneyland Resort line. That's a good one. I like that. Have you actually literally done that before? I think that's pretty funny. I would totally carry like a literal Jisho actually, if I were to literally do what you just described. Anyways, let's see. Alright, so Diddy Kong is inside the house on a quest. On a quest to become enlightened. He finds a strange sprout growing out of the carpet in the house, okay? And he goes up to it. The sprout goes up the road of his nose. Okay, this isn't gonna work for me. We're just gonna write something else. So Diddy Kong is inside the house trying to learn how to grow a banana tree. He's not very bright. I mean, Diddy Kong is a monkey, right? How to grow a banana tree, or how to take care of a banana tree sprout. Trying to enlighten himself on how to take care of banana tree sprout. A potted banana tree sprout. The way, as opposed to the road. I typically pivot away from road if I don't need to use road. So, he's trying to enlighten himself maybe like on how, like on the ways of taking care of a potted banana tree sprout. And that's it. Pretty quick, right? It tells me that Diddy Kong is a monkey trying to do something that is uncharacteristic, sort of. I spelled enlighten incorrectly. It tackles enlighten for learning, and then the sprout is related to being monkey, which is banana, and then road and methods, right? And then it would be D. TD. TD to enlighten. Open, enlighten. Interesting. Open-minded. They're using open to open and enlighten, so to expand or open the mind. Interesting. I was thinking maybe D Kai would be something, or D Ming. Like add this to it. Or maybe even this. For clear. Clear or bright would be a way to associate these. So Di Ming or Di Qing would be a great way to say to get brighter or enlightened as well. But they went with open TD. Interesting choice. Oh, And also in Chinese, right, in these little things, the vocabulary is not comprehensive. So it doesn't have all the vocabulary. So this doesn't mean that this is the only word attached to it. In fact, some of these characters don't have vocabulary added. They do have a dictionary on HanziHero to try to like inject vocabulary if you want. But the stuff that I'm saying, like deeming, it could still exist in Chinese. Day 2 HanziHero reviews are brutal. But the reviews are yesterday's. What you learned yesterday. Wait, how many reviews are on day 2? Isn't there only 2 reviews? Aren't there only 2? Oh, or are you referring to the lessons? I don't think they ever give you reviews in which you didn't have lessons on yet.
敌国
What? Cyprus? Honestly, I don't even know what Cyprus is. What I mean is, I'm not entirely... Is that a plant? It's a plant, right? An evergreen coniferous tree. Okay, it's a plant. I think I know what plant it is. Hold up, let me look at some images. Yeah, okay, that's a cypress. Okay. What is Cyprus? What the... Half of the info is just not retained. I see. 10 things, technically. You're doing the review of yesterday's content. Okay, so you had 10 things. I see. The beginning is tough because it's all abstraction. It's like kind of learning numbers for the first time. Like when you're learning numbers, most number things are the first things you review, like counting. Counting is often rough because they're completely abstract most of the time. 10 things, 2 characters. I see. Yeah. They're gonna lean really hard on understanding the language, the subtext, the subtextual syntax. Yeah. That's kind of what I mean by if you're gonna try to use HanziHero, it's gonna end up being a trust me bro situation where if you can understand the subtext, then you rarely ever have to create new rules for reading. Reading is like the joy. Like you can read 博术 and you would not have any idea what this means. Like this, I don't need to know what it means to know what it sounds like. It's 博术. Now, like, I don't even need to know the Chinese. I could just use the Japanese. This is tree. Still. And I don't know about this one though. This one would be like something about white. A white tree. So maybe it's still a tree of some sort. And then they'll show me a picture of a tree. It's like, this is it. It's like, okay, cool. Right. Asphalt. 柏油. Interesting. Cypress. Wait, does asphalt come from cypress trees? Wait. The oil of a cypress tree is what asphalt is? Hold up. Hang on. Asphalt oil or cypress oil for asphalt. That's actually... Oh. Wait. Hold up. Oh, no, it's not. I was like, for a moment there, I thought that the reason why they use cypress next to oil for asphalt is that cypress is used for asphalt, but it's not. Like cypress oil, or at least I don't think. So I have no idea. Wait, does this sound like asphalt? 柏油. Hang on. Let's see. Chinese cypress oil and asphalt. No, nothing really clear. Yeah, nothing clear about it. So I don't know why this is boil. That's interesting. All right, so Bart Simpson, lay it on me. Bart Simpson is inside the lobby of the office building, where he is employed part-time to take care of a white cypress tree. Okay, located there. He got some white fertilizer powder and puts it in the pot that the cypress tree grows in. Bored, Bart also coats himself with the white powder and skateboards around the cypress tree while the office workers going to and from the elevator snare at him. Okay, I like it. Good. Let's go. Oh, so you just started. Oh yeah. Mika did. Yeah. I don't. Mika's trying things. Like, I appreciate the initiative. Honestly, like Mika is trying to try different things to see if it can inspire her in a different way. Okay.
我
Asphalt. Oh, not asphalt. Cypress. Okay. I still have to do WaniKani today. I'm actually waiting on my lessons to turn over my review in WaniKani. I definitely yapped long enough for that to happen. Okay. What was it? Doggo. Cool.
福 丈
Zhang.
我
Zhang.
香
Ah, you do look like Yo. So, oil. Dang.
底
Does look like oil. Okay. Alright. I digressed a very long time, so I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right. 154. Here we go. On aboard the scramble bus. All right.
大纲、
我们需要讨论计划大纲。
Japanese word. It's also a pseudo verb, by the way. Saisoku. Saisoku. Oh, this is a great study for Japanese. This part, soku. Soku is a dominant. It's a dominant abstract. So whenever you have this thing, soku takes pretty precedence. I'm not sure about this combination for sai, but saisoku, which is urge. And unfortunately, like Mandarin has a much different sound for that. By the way, for HanziHero, you still can't do the next lesson until tomorrow, apparently. Oh, okay. They're really taking it slow. I didn't remember the details of the early days. As for Anki, realistically, you won't get. Fair enough. You do what you can. Like, you know, you gotta figure out a rhythm or a pacing somehow. That's on top of the Anki stuff, right? You could also adjust it. As being that Anki is so feature rich. Heck. Oh no! Oh no! Wait. Oh no. I can't unsee Soku. Oh.
催促、
催促。
妈妈催促我快点吃饭。
对。My phone shook. Sundays are always bad days, just as much. Yeah. You gotta also try to do something. You have to at least try to do a baseline. Like try to find where your bottom line is. Momentum is very, you know, I would say try not to underestimate momentum. Momentum is a place where you can form some sort of bottom line consistency. So hopefully you get something, right? Something done. What? What the dirt? 堵住。
堵住、
厕所马桶堵住了。
厕所马桶堵住了。堵住 I guess. Okay. I was gonna say 时钟. Oh, it's probably 时钟.
时钟、
有一个时钟挂在窗户旁边。
Heck, probably like hour time. You've heard that you can be one disadvantage of studying two similar, such as Italian and Spanish. The similar cognates can interfere with each other in your memory. Yeah, although Japanese technically are related outside of the characters. Yeah. So I negotiate those. Yeah, so it can be disadvantageous. Absolutely. It can also be advantageous. If you're able to sort out associations. I actually associate them literally. So like figuratively. So I intentionally associate them. Largely because my life experience is to associate things. So in English and Fujianese, they're tied together. So I'm using my life skills to associate them together. Wait. Hold. D is good. We'll come back. I'll just come back. Let's see. Xiang.
剩余
剩余的小麦，
剩余 surplus. Which both of these mean surplus too in Japanese. Yeah, so here's my thing about it. If you do similarities and differences, oftentimes there's a weight to it. If you rely on differences, it provides contrast. And that contrast creates great for compartmentalization. However, oftentimes there's a weight to similarities if you're talking about details and nuances. So it requires kind of two different types of mindset. Like for example, pitch accent. Pitch accent is in the realm of similarities. So when you practice comparison and contrast all the time, you're more or less likely to notice similarities between pitch accent in order to ascertain the differences. So oftentimes practicing challenging yourself in areas of similarities to appreciate differences, usually it ends up being the details that are the differences. When your focus is on differences, for example, you're relying on heavy gross contrast, and that relies on the idea that the things are different, so you can notice things that are strictly different far more. So my exercise is I do both of them. I try to juggle and do both of them. If they are similar, I try to notice the subtle differences, which is the details. If they are different, I try to relate them through comparison and abstraction. So either or, practice both. The answer is practicing both. So whenever someone says they've heard that there could be issues when things are similar, that's largely because they spend more time looking at contrasts, in my opinion. If they think things are they need to be similar to learn something, then they focus on similarities like mnemonics and association, like, oh, this dog is like this dog. So if I know that both dogs exist, then they both mean dog. But the moment they're slightly different, it's very hard to tell the difference. So that's pretty much the changing factor, in my opinion, that makes the difference about prioritizing which language or learning the associations without getting confusion. My goal often is to kind of practice both skills, noticing differences and similarities, not strictly differences. It does require more time. So yes, it may seem like I'm slower, and that's perfectly fine, because I'm actually juggling two different tasks. So when you're learning Chinese and Japanese at the same time, you're going to be slower. But that's the reality. But I'm not learning just Japanese for other reasons, and then they have their advantages and disadvantages. Hey, hello there, Bree. How are you? How was your first day of work, Bree? Good evening, good evening. Are you rest up? Are you off your feet? Was it okay? Give me a little detail about your work day, if you don't mind. Hopefully there are some pros and cons and some excitement as well. Both the anxious variety and the auspicious variety. Yeah, right now Mika is working through working through her sleep hygiene. The sleep hygiene seems like it can underlie a lot of the performances, in my opinion. That's why you like German and Japanese, although you're prioritizing Japanese way more. The difference in difficulty of languages and the far separation between them. Yeah, okay. That's fair. Yeah, so I do them in pairs. So Japanese and Chinese is a far distance from English. So I'm doing that. So I'm using English as the form of contrast, and then Japanese and Chinese is a form of similarities. And then in the future, I would do Spanish and French and use Japanese and Chinese as the contrast. So then I would be using Japanese and Chinese as a unit based on similarities, and French and Spanish as a base of similarities. But the two of them together will form the state of contrast. So then when I'm studying and stuff, I'm actively practicing looking at differences and similarities, and to practice my like way of thinking and constantly challenging myself to look at both. Sometimes that's my way of staying engaged with my language or like learning things. Like when I play a video game, I want to be doing a form of understanding what I do well, and also introducing new ways to do it a different way. So then I can contrast with the new way versus the similar experiences that I have with the past. And if I can do that, it is the ultimate form of my engagement. If I can only do one or the other, the answer is it depends, right? So some days I would have a guilty pleasure that I do the things compartmentalized because there's no like time or convenience to do it. Right now, learning Japanese and Chinese together is that nice balance of I need to juggle things that are similar and notice the smaller details in order to differentiate them, or it's a nice combination of having to juggle these things, and that helps me constantly practice and be like working hard, and is working hard, just hard enough. Although my tolerance is pretty high for these things, so even if the thing goes much harder, it's still kind of exciting. So whenever someone says like, oh yeah, you don't not recommend to do this, I kind of like that. I kind of like run towards it a little bit. So we're learning Japanese and Chinese. Probably there's a little smidge of righteous indignation in there somewhere. It went well. You like the manager you work with. She's really nice. My mother, by coincidence, also really like her manager as well. So it goes a long way when you have someone who's like you're communicating with like as a liaison for it. It'd be good. That's awesome. That's very auspicious. You were doing well for about 4.5 hours. Then your back really started to hurt. Oh, that's not good. I'm guessing you spend most of the time propping your own back, right? Like, there's nothing you can lean on or anything when you're working. You were so sore at the end, still pretty sore? Okay. I hope you can find some, like... Obviously, rest is the killer. What I mean is, you need rest, so right. However, you can... hopefully you can find some treatments for it, like, to create more comfort, right? Comfort... I hope this doesn't impact the way you sleep. Sleep can... excessive back strain can make sleeping very uncomfortable. There's also icy hot. Icy hot is a very cost-effective way to try to increase vascularization in the back for like the early temporary relief before you like go to bed and all that. You stayed an extra half an hour too, so left at 2 instead of 1:30 because someone couldn't come into 2. You get money for that, right? You didn't get great sleep though. You were so nervous. Oh, well now you don't have to be nervous, right? I imagine the experience was good. like outside, I understand the soreness and stuff can put a damper on things, but like the logistics of things, when you're doing things, you didn't say anything about your feet. So your feet was okay, I imagine, right? How are those shoes that you bought? I'm sorry to hear that your sleep isn't going so well, but the nervousness, I feel like that nervousness will subside now that you have some experience, and also like your manager. I think liking the person that's in charge is a really great bonus, and I hope that that continues to be a very fruitful relationship with your manager, at least your manager. I don't know about your coworkers. I imagine you were really nervous still, and you think you got 2 to 3 hours, so when you got home you took a 2-hour nap. Okay. Overall, the experience was good. Your feet was a bit sore, but not too bad. The shoes helped a ton. Isn't it great that you already got value out of your shoes? That sounds like a really great investment. So for back support, I'm not sure if you've ever gotten like I'm not sure if you're comfortable with wearing things, but there are like straps or compression that can help try to redistribute weight, like the posture weight, temporarily. Obviously this is temporarily. It does not substitute for stretching dynamics and try to keep yourself moving a little bit progressively through the years, but there are really cost-effective like ways to like it kind of pulls your the posture in different directions to help you support for a longer time. Maybe that can help with I obviously this is not medical advice, but there are ways to try to redistribute where the weight is coming from, and usually they address very common weight distributions. Like for example, if you're having back soreness, I feel like it would probably be anterior, probably in an anterior pelvic tilt. That might be something to look into. Maybe there's like something you can temporarily use and then take off during the day or when you're on weekends and stuff, so you can stretch and do things while you're still able to compensate. Like computer chairs are a really big example. Computer chairs, ergonomics in computer chairs are great if you have to be in the chair for a really long time, but it actually weakens your back over time because your back is not used to supporting it. So oftentimes I actually don't sit against my back of my computer chair. I try to, move around a lot. Whenever I'm studying, I would move my position and my foot position and back position a couple times too, because posture is not about necessarily a static posture. Like what I mean is, bad posture is not any specific posture. It's about being static. So like if you're not consistently moving around a little bit from day to day, it's being in a static position that creates uneven distribution on your back. And lower back weakness, especially lower back, I'm assuming it's going to be a lower back issue, tends to be due to a load on it, the way the body. So sometimes you can wear like a strap. It's not that uncomfortable because it just goes over where it pulls your chest backwards a little bit, and then it lowers the load on your lower back. Typically the lower back is where there is weakness due to being in a static position. And when you're seated like this, and then often if you have a really nice ergonomic thing, your lower back tends to become part of the weaker side of things. I've since try to, I in the evening I do like glute bridges and body bridges, so I imagine that's not in your plans to try to do yoga and whatnot yet, of course. It could always be in the future. Well, let me clarify. You were working with an assistant manager today. It was just you and her. Oh, okay. Here today, the main manager you interviewed wasn't there today. Okay. Yeah, it's the same assistant manager that you mentioned that contacted you on the phone, right? The only thing that you're somewhat nervous about is you had to weigh out our tills, and you really didn't understand what your manager did or what button she pushed because she was going so fast. Oh. She did it at the start of shift and tried doing it at the end of shift and messed up, so she had to redo it. Ooh. That sounds like... well, hopefully you get that sorted out. I imagine that's how they like hold accountability for cash or something like that. Is that what a till is? Yeah, right? Interesting. Well, it's nice. That's good. Now you also have like a benchmark to start on how to address some of the things. The 2-hour naps must have been quite tired. And I remember that you went to bed. It was about 7 hours, 7-hour difference. That's assuming you went to bed, like you fell asleep during that time, because it usually takes like some time for people to actually fall asleep. So I don't know how your sleep hygiene is, but 7 hours sound pretty solid. I don't know if you got up on time, but I think being on top of your sleep, and hopefully you can address or aid in some of your lower back stuff. The feet, like your shoes, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear. Obviously it's still a bit sore, so you don't want it to keep on being excited. Like, I'm trying to be encouraging, obviously, to be excited to find more and more ways to catch up, right? Falling behind is that inevitable spiral, so hopefully you get more ideas and are more encouraged to think of your position as a more longevity forward thing. I mean, hear me out. My mother, it is so difficult to even get her to wear better shoes. She's like, why do I need better shoes? These $10 shoes are, for example, fine. Like, I walk in, then we got some proper shoes, and she's like, oh yeah, these are really nice. I'm like, okay, but we're not gonna say anything, obviously, because it's the health of the person that is most important. That's kind of when I'm being kind of really excited, despite the unsolicited advice, right? This is not to serve as unsolicited orders, but it sounds like you have things that you can choose to work on now, which is nice. On the plus side, your till was 7 cents over, so you accidentally gave away too much money. Okay. 7 cents? Wait. Now I'm starting to wonder how your cash thing works. Like, I didn't accidentally give away too much money. That's funny. How does... do you guys still have pennies? I don't know if you kept in touch, but I wasn't sure pennies were still around, or like pennies are gonna be around for much longer. That's interesting. 7 cents. Huh. Very neat. Lots of pluses, Bree. Lots of pluses. How was your nap? Like, how do you feel after taking a 2-hour nap right after work? Let me see. Chaolu.
抄录
抄录文字可以帮助记忆。
抄录文字可以帮助记忆。抄录。Guess just copy and record. I guess copy is fine. Transcribe. Man, I really thought. Oh wait, 超级
超级
超级大国，
ah. Oh, that's Ta. Oh, sure. No? Hmm. It's a period of time. Maybe a moment. Yeah, you have penny. Yes, you guys have pennies, but you can't order them anymore. So if you run out, you have to round up. So usually the tills are short, not over. Ah, okay. The nap was good despite being in so much pain. I'm sorry to hear that. You did go to the grocery store right after work before going home to nap. One of your partner's friends was there. She works there, and she ran up all concerned because your back hurt, and I was walking around like a 9-year-old woman. Well, I hope you find things in your routine that will make the pain not be a limiting factor, right? And then perhaps there are solutions or things that you can do to accelerate recovery for now, right? It's good that you were able to rest afterwards. Squeezing in rest seems to gonna be a priority to keep your back ahead of your work schedule. Does that mean you work on weekdays now, right? So that means tonight, in a little bit, like an hour and 10 minutes, you're gonna head off to sleep to get your 7 hours, or do your work shifts change? Like it's not gonna be 7:30 or 7:30 tomorrow. Maybe like it's a little bit later. I don't know how your shift, but hopefully you're getting enough sleep too, and that the nap doesn't interfere with your earlier sleep, right? Like your long sleep, oftentimes naps can interfere with how it can push how much later you sleep. You mean before you couldn't stand for more than a couple hours, so you think working on standing over the last week did help? Excellent. So you're hoping that the longer you work, the better your back will feel. Provided that, keep up your sleep and all that. As for shifts, you don't work again until next Sunday. Oh. Well, that certainly gives you a lot of opportunities to recover. Nice. Opportunity to recover. Glad to hear that last week paid off. The last week of prep work. Very nice, very nice. Fuyou Fei. What? Oh, Fuyang Fei. Fun. Fun. Say what? Oh, like 分裂
分裂
这个问
not
题让
late
团队分裂了。
分裂 It's just a period of time. Can I say moment? Heck, just time. Clock is fine, but time is fine.
那
What? Oh, it's probably receipt. Kind of similar.
没
Okay.
他
Okay. So left one. Probably I should.
碍事，
请把那张椅子移开，免得碍事。
Try and like block or get in the way. Okay. You have one morning shift, one afternoon shift, and one evening shift next. Okay, Sunday, Monday, Friday, so hopefully it won't be too bad. Very nice. I'm happy to hear that overall it's positive. And then you're given, I mean, the silver lining is that you're given enough time to recover, right? And then work to adjust. There's some sort of leaning period. Obviously, the opposite would be you have less hours right now, and less hours means also less money, right? However, I think overall having a sustainable, healthy lifestyle can go a far longer way in that regards. Neat. What is the weirdest thing that you've like cashed out for someone? Like, what is a thing that someone ordered? Like, was there someone who like bought, I don't know, 50 gazoos or something, or like something weird like that, like 100 party hats? I'm actually genuinely curious. Well, there was a time when I wanted to like do a cashier job for a year or two just to see what it's like to experience that, where I'm kind of like, oh, okay. Because I remember specifically when I was a teenager, sometimes when you work at like a cost-effective shop like Walmart and Dollar Store, Dollar Tree, Dollar General, oftentimes obviously you work during the day, but when you're working in like weird hours when they're open, I used to be one of those like goobers who had friends and whatnot that we would go there and we would buy very specific things, and it would tell a story based on what it's checked out. You know, it'd be like 6 packs of Fun Dip or something. Like $1 packs of Fun Dip. I always thought that was kind of humorous. Kind of like also being a barista or being a bartender. You just hear and see things. Kind of neat. The internet is so different in that way because you have to voluntarily choose. But when you're in that position of service, like, yeah, I've seen things. You know, you're just checking out. It's like, all right.
狭，
Let's
度，
okay. What? Okay, this must be something else. Nothing too weird. There was a guy who had this random little light stick that he was looking for batteries for. We, as in you and Sam, your manager, helped him find the batteries. Then he pulled a screwdriver out of his pocket, and Sam helped him change the battery. Then he proceeded to spend an hour talking to both of us about all the different kinds of light sticks he has from Disneyland. That's I mean, nothing too weird. I think that's a story right there. I used to work in a bowling alley when I was a teenager, and it was, I can't tell you how overstimulating it was, but it was my closest thing to observing people, right? Because now with the internet, you can look at content and people might film themselves IRL or something, and you can kind of vicariously people watch through that, or like what we're doing here. However, back in the day, like, to get more acclimated to looking at people and learning how people interact and whatnot, early service jobs kind of helped me out quite a bit. And then I talked about this with shared with James and Mika today, where then the rest of the stuff is interacting with like students and being at the college and university area. However, in high school, most of school wasn't as fascinating to me, I suppose, as working a service job. I worked at a bowling alley, sometimes behind the register desk, you know, the people who take the shoes and assign lanes and whatnot. And then there would be occasionally I would work at the behind the bar kitchen, and then like the concession stand where you order some junk food while you're bowling. And then some, like, from time to time, I would have to fetch the bowling balls from the gutters, because there's always that one person who managed to hit the rake that goes down to reset the pins, and the ball would roll, like, slowly roll backwards. And then obviously then it would encourage that person to throw a ball down the gutter to knock the other ball to put two balls into the thing, which is not the greatest and not encouraged. So oftentimes you run down, you're that guy who runs down, and it's only one guy running down the middle splitter where the channel for the bowling ball to come back out to like either fetch the ball. Usually you would fetch the ball and take it back to the lane. That's kind of what I did before. It does involve long hours of standing, of course. I'm looking forward to your next story. That's a pretty interesting story. Like, Disneyland magic sticks, huh? Intriguing. I'm surprised that person didn't just randomly pull out a lightsaber.
分斤八两，
分斤
与
八两
朋友相处时不要分斤八两。
啊，不要分斤八两。Oh, he made it well known that he had a ton of lightsabers at home. Oh, okay, that explains everything. I mean, I was inferring that he's probably a fan of lightsabers, given that it's a stick that you require batteries for. But yeah, I'm not surprised. Light sticks, like lightsabers. I bet there's a chance he might also have like these sticks. And these are like shorter glow sticks for like concerts. That's what I think he was finding a battery for. But then immediately I'm like, Disneyland, oh, it's got to be lightsabers. Like there's got to be lightsabers somewhere, right? Right, we gotta get some lightsaber action. Quite endearing. Quite endearing.
驻华，
他是驻华大使。
What? I'm just gonna YOLO this.
蒙，
Huh. I think it's just cover, not cover everything. Cover. 生拉什么？生拉硬拽。
生拉硬拽，
别生拉硬拽他，他不想去。
It's just drag, but forcefully drag maybe. Drag is fine. He was talking about his whole collection of Beanie Babies, Star Wars, Star Trek, and Star Wars things, Pokemon things. Poor Sam was trying to to go on her break, and he just wouldn't stop. Okay. It's like bumping into a random person on the internet who's really passionate about wanting to be heard. I think that's kind of, I think that's an incredibly memorable story. Doesn't seem, well, maybe it does seem a little. I feel like that's a weird but charming thing. I guess I can understand why it wouldn't be as unexpected. You mean you didn't talk to the person about playing Pokemon Legends 2, or actually AZ? Or if they're excited about, or if they have a Switch 2, you know? I'd probably bring up something about Star Trek. Going to bed, Mika? Good night, good night. Hope you get some restful sleep. Thanks for hanging out.
血液，
血液是红色的，
Okay. 香水，
香水，
法国香水，
掰开，
他把面包掰开，分给了朋友。
You think his main collection was Pokemon cards and not the games. Okay. He was a bit older, maybe 60s. Not that he couldn't enjoy video games, but he mainly talked about the cards in his collection. A 60s. Dang. Now I'm kind of curious what kind of like people frequent the establishment, like your frequent patrons in the establishment that you work at. I low-key, I legitimately treated most of my days at like my job. So if I ever had a job out in the public or a service, I typically take that opportunity to understand who I'm working with, who I'm working for, who am I serving, and whatnot, because sometimes you can kind of learn how to, like, sometimes you can take advantage of those things, and not in like a neglectful way or something. The idea is whenever you observe these things about the way you work, oftentimes there's some intuition, a part of you that says, oh wait, you know what, I think I literally notice this so often, let's go and do something about it. Or you can maybe bring it up whenever the opportunity strikes. So whenever I was working at the bowling alley, that's kind of how I thought about it. Like, oh, how do I do this a lot, we might as well. And after a while, a lot of the things that I did ended up translating to how other people did them too. So that's kind of what makes the working environment a little bit more interesting, right? And oftentimes it deals with looking at people a lot of times. Like, oh, hey, oh, it's the same person. That would strike up a conversation over time. Like, especially regulars, which is how my parents, this is something that's inherited from my parents. Like my parents, when they moved and opened their restaurant and whatnot, the idea was that it is their business. Obviously, this is not your business, right? The person who runs it. But generally speaking, there's quite a lot of reward and a bit of catharsis when it comes to getting used to seeing certain people or visiting certain people. And when I was in my adulthood, when I used to eat out, like I used to work, I generally stop at specific places that are locally owned. And over time, I've struck up relationships with those people. Like, because the work commute always crossed the path, I used to visit this place. It's a Thai family. And yeah, basil fried rice and drunken noodles with like a side of a Thai iced coffee. Bang. I spent so many times stopping in, and it's a family-owned place. It's usually the husband, a man was the one that was the chef, and you can often see his wife and his little one hanging around. And I would be like the one patron most of the time during a specific hour, because it's quite late whenever I go, and it's quite lovely experience. So that kind of translated to how you can use your people skills when you're like observing people. It's one of the fondest things that I like about working in some sort of retail, but not in retail place where you only buy things once. So like a grocery store, a concession stand, a waiter, a barista, bartending, those things, I do quite enjoy that. Obviously teaching is very similar, because you'll always have students, and your students will cycle around, and you will at least get to know them for 4 years, or at least try to. They tell you how many customers you had at the end of your shift. You had 70 today. Ooh, that's interesting data. So 70 on a Saturday? Oh no, wait, Sunday? 70 on a Sunday. I wonder what it's gonna be like for your other shifts. How many people do you usually interact with on a daily basis before working at your place? Like saying hi or doing something. Is it near 70? I'm gonna be real, I don't interact with 70 people on a daily basis. When I was working, maybe. When I was working in like university, maybe encounter 70 people at some times, but usually it's like in the teens, right? Only on occasion will there be like hundreds, or those are very specific occasions, so they don't really go up that high.秋天, right?
秋天，
秋天来了，树叶黄了。
一边，
一边是对的，一边是错的。
一边是对的，一边是错的。One side is right, one side is wrong. The first hour, you had 0 customers because it was snowing. Oh, you have snow. So you do wonder how many it would have been. You literally interact with you and me and your partner, and you don't go out much on a regular basis. Okay. And then you have your doggos and neckos. I don't know. I don't have a cute way to say cats. Like your kitties. I see. Interesting. Oh, so now what do you do for the week before you go back to your shift in another week? You can't be called, right? You're not like on call or something like that, where suddenly someone, my mother sometimes do that. She likes taking up whatever time, so whenever someone says like, oh, they're gonna take off, usually the person that's covering is probably my mother. like to make up time, like a sudden absence, and then you get called in. They said if someone calls in, they'll call and ask if you want the shift, but you're not required to take it. Okay. That's good to know. That seems very flexible. Sometimes, you know, there are situations or arrangements where you don't have a choice, and it can be really disruptive, and trying to find a routine that can accommodate that could be something to work on. But since you always have a chance, you know, it's based on your choice. Yeah, you can choose what to do with that one. And you already mentioned that it's basically a walk away from your place. I think that's really convenient that it's a walk away. So you're like, you know what? I got some time. Like, that's kind of cool. I used to be across the street from my university. Like, it takes a 5-minute walk to get to my lab. Like the lab that I was working in. So, you know, get out. I think the elevator ride takes almost as long. Because I live in a all apartment complex. I don't even know if I spent more time in the lab than I spent in my apartment, which I paid like $800 to $1,000 a month to have. Those were some interesting times.
抚养费，
他要求增加抚养费，
好香糖，
口香糖，
口香
薄荷口香糖，
Oh, chewing gum. During the winter, you're a little bit more hesitant to walk. It was below freezing. Okay. Today, but the wind, it felt like 16. Ooh, wind high. A low wind chill. Do you stay warm long enough to make it to the place? Oftentimes I feel if you're like warm, if you're like stuffy coming from inside, there's like this period where it doesn't feel quite piercing and miserable. And if you are close enough, it might not feel like that. Like using my example of being close to campus, oftentimes it's like you just warm yourself up with a little bit, and then you hope that residual heat carries long enough to make it indoors. And then before I leave, I would like kind of wiggle myself around enough to get some heat going in my body, and then walking home is not bad because the heat will last long enough to make it to the place. Maybe. Okay, luckily today your partner drove you, so you didn't get to test that out. Oh, okay. When you said it was below degree, like below 26, I was kind of worried what you were gonna say was like slipperiness. I've slipped before. I've been there before, where when it's below freezing, there's always a chance of slipping. If you're in like a back road or a place that doesn't have a lot of walking, slipping on pavements and stuff can be something to look out for. Oftentimes wearing some sort of like bottom grip onto whatever shoes you have, like a temporary solution to prevent that. Oh yeah, it's super icy. You almost fell in the parking lot as you were getting out of the car this morning. Yeah, that's concerning. Yeah, my mother has my parents haven't ever broken anything up to this moment, except for the one instance, and it was my mother slipping on something, and she landed using her wrists as a way to brace. So I mean, my parents don't fall down very often. They have fallen before, but it's not like I'm expecting my parents like, oh yeah, they had extracurriculars on how to fall. How to fall is definitely something that I think has become more of a luxury for people. I'm not sure if you ever learned how to fall before. Falling is often nowadays for people who like still do yoga or calisthenics or something. Practicing falling is somewhat of a fringe case, but whenever I think about below freezing temperatures, often I think about people potentially falling. So whenever service work, right? Whenever you're in service work or you own a business or something, the first thing that my parents and I usually think about is, yeah, we got to clear the pavement. Like that's also true for our neighbors. Like what I mean is we live in a cul-de-sac community. So right when everyone has their own strategies, but generally speaking, it's accepted here as a common courtesy to make sure that there's a path where there's no slippage, despite not being technically the responsibility of the homeowners. But those are the things I typically think about whenever I have to work in a business. Because if someone falls, it ends up being your problem too, right? It ends up being everyone's problem. Your problem, the workplace's problem. So instead of trying to circumvent that, I often ask about how's the walking situation. Being aware that if you're walking to work, have to consider not slipping and whatnot. So hopefully that's not a problem in the future. You live in a place that already has snow. Before me? I think we have snow on the forecast. Let me see. Yep, tomorrow that storm, right? That storm that is anticipated to come by is happening. You live in Michigan. Oh. Oh. Well, then you should be well equipped, you know? You probably know way more about snow than I do. Okay. Well, them lake effect snow. That's the snowstorm that's going to hit the Northeast is probably the same that you witnessed today, probably. Canadian front, the Canada front. Gotta love that polar vortex mixed with lake effect snow. Uh
潜艇，
潜艇非常安静。
是
逝世，
他们为那位伟人的逝世感到悲痛。
粉末，
请把粉末与水混合。
山丘，
我们爬上了那座山丘。
山崩，
大雨过后常常会发生山崩。
安抚，
他试图安抚哭泣的小孩。
Placate? It's placate. Okay.
判断，
你判断错了。
The heck? Okay.
沙丘，
我从沙丘顶部滑下来。
How do I screw this up? Oh.
Hoang 是
Marcus.
讯息
讯息开始了，
捍卫
我们必须捍卫自由。
沏茶
你可以帮我沏茶吗？
Okay. So what went down here? Oh, is it because the top is different? Oh yeah, yeah.
藏
Whoops. Whoops.
昆虫
他害怕所有的昆虫。
Heck. Hmm.
瞅见
你瞅见那只小狗了吗？
Oh no. Hmm. What? Oh. Okay.
服装
服装店，
针灸
我想试试针灸治疗。
I can't spell acupuncture. Ay.
合格
合格者，
合格者. Like it's like pattern, status, rank, quality, yeah, that's fine. Up to standard. It's why did they only use "j"? I mean, it says qualified person, but not if. I wonder why the phrases are so short.
耳
Oh no. Oh no. I know that's a banner, but that's not it. Oh, I think this might be a pass for R. Yeah, thus. Okay. It's a pass. Thus is a pass. No. Oh, no, wait. Wait. What? Is that not she? Oh, wait. Hold up. Hmm. Hmm.
一集
我有一个梦想，一起开一间书店。
一起开，it like also is or even is and even as okay. Hmm.
半裸
这是一个半裸的雕像，
我背弃
背弃
他背弃了他的朋友。
地毯
猫喜欢在地毯上睡觉，
like also even or also like also like it's also even yeah we're just gonna keep going on that, namely it's just not good.
成捂住
他用手捂住了鼻子。
Heck
高尚
他的品格非常高尚，
like just high honor or like high level, like prestigious, noble. Okay, lofty is good. We're just gonna write like high class, something like that. Noble is good, but I don't usually think of nobility for that context anymore.
因
You don't really watch a ton of things in French, you mostly just read, but a couple days ago you found a really cute cartoon on YouTube called La Petite Morte. It follows a family of Grim Reaper. Episodes are pretty short, around 5-ish minutes. You're sad there's only 4 seasons though. Why does that sound so familiar? Hold up. Oh no. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Are we talking about 2017? I have seen this. Or like I've seen like pictures. Unless it's a different thing. You said, is it animation? Oh yeah, cute cartoon. Yeah. I have seen this. I haven't watched it yet though. How do you like it so far? Like, and 2017 and 224? Okay. What is that? Oh my gosh. 蛇
皮
蛇皮通常用来制作鞋子。
主妇
主妇的工作非常辛苦。
It's me? Oh, no, that's zhi jiao. Or is it ji jiao? I don't know anymore. Okay, it's fine. We'll find out. Oops.
家营
家营杀虫剂
It's adorable and a bit graphic on the deaths. Like the first episode's a blind guy got ran over by a car, but it's decently comprehensible for you, so it's been pretty enjoyable to watch so far. Nice. Yeah, children's cartoons, or quote unquote children's cartoons. The Le Petit Mort is more along the lines of like the Ren and Stimpy side of things, like Ed and Eddie, and like the Looney Tunes side of things, where there's a disconnect between the violence, right, the slightly graphic situations, and I feel like that's kind of true about a lot of shows when you start thinking about it from a consequential situation. Like when I was younger and I was watching Looney Tunes, I'm like, dude, this is so violent. And I guess it's still genuine. Occasionally I watched a few more adult cartoons. I like not adult, family cartoons recently, and you have those occasional moments where like what they're doing would get themselves unalived immediately. Like what? So like watching even adult cartoons, adult family oriented cartoons like Rick and Morty and Bob's Burger, I'm like, yep, that's one way to get in trouble. So that's understandable. What? Oh. Wait. Oh, wait. Ah, I added an H. I didn't mean to add an H. Okay.
树
Gosh, vertical. Vertical is so devastating. What is that? Okay.
剑 孔
The heck? Dang it. The show reminds me of things like Dexter's Laboratory. Kind of cute, quaint, and then when you read too much into the context and what they're doing, there's some really consequential things. Or like Invader Zim. Even like Fairly Godparents.
微缩
완전 You're not put off by the graphicness or anything? Just figured you mentioned in case someone's watching the VOD later and want to check it out. Oh yeah. 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 You know, trigger alert, you know, the new age trigger alert. The current versions that I find funny are people who they put out like cooking content. I watch a lot of cooking content, and cooking content in the sense of from a person who's actively participating in cooking content to gain experience. So those specific channels, like this would be very similar, where let's go learn something channels. So the person has this way with the title is like, oh, we're gonna try out 10 viral recipes. Warning, there's a trigger for French people. Or something like that. Because, or like, warning, pasta trigger for the Italians. Because, you know, fair warning kind of situation. I think that's kind of a new behavioral nuance in terms of sharing things publicly online. And I have my fair share of prefacing and disclaimers prior or even during or even ending with whatever I say. I think it's a relatively excellent habit to have, despite others might be like, yeah, just put the fries in the bag already. I'm like, okay, but know that I have said this. Try to normalize the practice of considering not for everyone. So I am kind of lost on... Oh.
焦土，
火灾让森林变成焦土。
快速，
快速成长。
I don't understand this. Can't compute. I don't compute how these things make sense together. What? Okay. What? Oh, 我讨厌剩 something 价 How does that make sense? The right-hand characters definitely drive. I think I lost the middle, which is a problematic one.
把玩，
老人在把玩玉器。
Play or fiddle or fondle. Fine. Play is fine. It's fine. Oh, wait, no. Where's the T? 意见. Huh.
防汛，
政府制定了防汛计划。
Oh, wait, is it Jiao? No. Oh. Hold up. Huh.
德国，
这是从德国来的汽车。
科学，
科学很无聊。
The heck?
调，
Ay, ay, ay. Oh my goodness. I'm not sure. Is this her? Oh no, that's not her. That's Rin. Oh, this. Wait, what? Hold up. What? What? Hmm. Heck.
武道，
I swear it's Tian. Oh no, no, that's definitely Jiao. Uh,
须知，
旅客须知，
it's like must know, it's super important.
选票，
2/3的选票。
Oh wait. Oh no. What? Hold up. I think I know what that is. I don't know what's happening here though. I really thought it was... Uh-oh. Oh no. I don't know anymore. It's gone. Oh no. That doesn't seem right either. Oh no.
药水，
这瓶药水很苦。
I think I might have figured what this one was. Wait. No. I think it's still fine. What? Oh no, wait. I missed the G. It's fine. Oh, maybe it's like... Heck! I don't know. Oh no. Happening here too. Not that. I don't understand why I can't get the I really thought this was... Trying to make sure the right one is correct. I think I'm thinking about it incorrectly at the moment.
放 就 计较
他不会跟你计较这些事情。
Calculate, plan, bus over. That's fine.
"项目
这个项目取得了成功。
What? Okay, what if I got the right thing right? It's not Jia. What else could it be? Could it be Really? Oh no. I don't know what the finger, like who the fingers belong to. Not that. Oh no. Yeah, there's no chance. I thought this was like goal or purpose item and yeah, no, that's fine. A little bit more broader than I thought. That's fine. Oh, Lee. That's just Japanese. There are not a lot of boars. Not a lot of boar, like boar or pig things. Kind of a disappointing child. It's high, not. Oh, it's high, not high. I'm okay. I'm gonna pass on.
利益
保护人民的利益。
Just that's fine. Uh,
完整
我们需要一份完整的报告。
我们需要一份完整的报告。Excuse me? Heck, 请大家什么练发表意见。I don't know where the burner is coming from. Oh, what is that burner for? Ah, dang it. I have no idea. In the
权利、
我们开派对的权利，
or right here. Where is the burning coming from? Alright, so this has something to do with quality. Please, everyone, something out. I express ideas. 销量 doesn't make it.
尽量、
请大家尽量发表意见。
发表意见 Oh, like I kind of like use all you can, something like that, as much as possible. Yeah. How do I have to know something? Oh, key information. Understand what's going on here. Oh. What? Oh no, wait, I'm writing the meaning. I already know the detail. What am I doing? I already know the meaning. What the? What is that nonsense? Dude, owls, I tell ya. Owls. Have gloves? Ta xiang. No, yeah, da sheng yi da something qian. Yeah, there's no chance of it. I haven't connected whatever the glove is to the mouth, whoever it is. Try like and this is a really big disappointment. So, oh man. Oh, and that is Ma. Oh man. All right, that's a double. That's a double. Second. Oh, this is a double whammy. I didn't process either. I could have sworn this is like... Oh, it's not. Huh.
还
This again?
"洋溢
他的文章洋溢着热情和创意，
哭泣
他为过去的回忆哭泣，
Heck.
首席
他是团队的首席科学家，
What incarnation is that? Oh, it's like...
硬币
我希望我有1枚硬币，
There's no chance. Ha, it's really hot. Ay, ay, ay. Whenever I see this thing, I think of either it's ya, I, yeah. It's all the exclamation stuff. I actually think it's the whole thing. So we're gonna try to see if we can do anything about it. Ha Tian. Ugh, I can yawn. It doesn't mean, yeah, it doesn't mean the characters. The characters don't help with yawn. At the moment. I thought I could hold on to it. Clearly not.
舅妈
舅妈做的菜很好吃，
寿
Or sell. It's fine. How is this so rough? Oh, you grab the finger and you start. Oh, wait. No. Yeah, what's going on with this? It's fun. Oh my, dress up. Okay, we need to evaluate. That's last time I barely got the fun in the vocabulary. Dang.
责骂
我讨厌被责骂，
In ha ha tian.
哈欠
他大声的打哈欠，
Gonna flip some tables right now.
住宅
这是我们的住宅，
条凳，
他坐在条凳上看书。
Today's WaniKani exercise is so much shorter than this. I think, hopefully, then help. What? Oh, I typed the wrong. I hit C instead of Z.
推卸，
推卸责任是一种不负责任的行为。
Push towards or skirt. Yeah, just push it off. I don't know if I'm ever gonna grab the word skirt though. It's just pushing it off.
"渡船，
这条渡船可以载很多车辆。
灵感，
艺术家需要灵感。
艺术家需要灵感。
办，
Yeah, that doesn't look like ban at all, even in retrospect.
威胁，
他觉得被威胁了。
What the? What am I looking at? Something 在瓦模 What? What 像 Oh no, this is oh no. I have some disaster right now. This is a disaster. Some part of me want to write Lou, but that doesn't make any sense.分餐落素 The heck? Or 露素 Okay, that's flowers. And flowers is... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, fine. I think. Heck.
聘请
他们计划聘请专业的顾问。
or like English. Something like that.
执照
他有驾驶执照。
他有驾驶执照。I don't understand how those two. I have no idea how those two come together. Like engage, initiate, invite. Yeah, okay. What? Like I've already forgotten what they want for this. Oh, skirt, right.
呼降
What that is? What does the fire thing work? Summon, sun, fire. Like petition. The license, okay. I need something since just for the license itself.
墨风餐露宿
探险队在丛林里风餐露宿。
What? Wait, Funton Lusu. Rough. Yeah. Okay, it's fine. It's prepare to fuss about. Okay. I don't like fuss about. I don't think fuss about works. No. No, don't do it.
陈旧
这台电脑太陈旧，无法运行新的软体。
Oh boy. Yellow?
意
Oh. Do I use Chrome? Yeah, I use Chrome. Yeah.
新
I can ching.
秦朝，
秦朝是中国的第一朝代。
钻研，
他专注于钻研新技术。
The heck? That's tough.
红，
That one's tough too. What happened here? I'm just drawing a blank. What happened? What happened? Oh. Wait. Oh.
匡，
What? Oh no. That's my bad actually.
巡警，
这个城市有很多巡警。
篓，耕作，
他们使用新方法来耕作。
You don't know if you heard of it, but you plan to return to Duolingo, but you found that extension Duolingo. Yeah. You did mention it. Actually, I haven't heard of it until you mentioned it. Like before. You mentioned it before, actually. It was when I was talking about like the forum thing, being removed or something, and then you mentioned that you can look at solutions. I totally understand how that feels, not being able to remember who you tell things anymore. It's understandable. Yeah. But yeah, you were the one that told me. Actually, you're the only one that told me, even though despite so many people having hot takes on Duolingo, you still are the only one that mentioned anything about that. Pretty impressive. Ah.
岂有此理！
他偷了我的书，还说是他的，实在岂有此理！
You have the memory of a goldfish? That's nonsense. Nonsense. Well, earlier today, we spent like, coincidentally, this is coincident. Today, in the beginning, like the first 2 or 3 hours, Mika spent like maybe an hour or 2 trying to rationalize that she has the memory of a goldfish. So she took a human benchmark test and found out that it's either average or above average. Nonsense. Goldfish. What was goldfish attention span? It was 6 seconds or something like that, right? Something like that. That memeable comment. Was it 6 seconds or was it like 3 seconds? Goldfish. Oh no. Oh, this one's rough too.
修，逮捕，
嫌疑人被当场逮捕。
Man, I'm so unhinged lately. I've become so unhinged. I'm only doing 2 tasks right now, and I'm so unhinged. Get back on. Goldfish actually has pretty good memory? Oh. Yeah, I don't know where that saying comes from. James, I don't know where that saying came from about the goldfish thing. Like having short attention span or short memory. I know goldfish are insane. You know what? Goldfish, this is like a ironic use of goldfish as an example, but goldfish are like, what do you call those? Tiger fishes or scorpion fishes? I forgot what they're called. But they're like weeds. Like goldfish are like the hardiest reproducing fish. That's the part that I know more about. Like if you start introducing goldfish randomly into like ecosystems, they will outpace pretty much the entire local ecosystem. Yeah, they're like weeds. Like mint. If you accidentally grow mint in your garden or something and you let it out of control, the mint will take over your entire garden. They're so hardy. It's kind of like rats and cockroaches. Like they have a property of being incredibly robust. It's situation dependent. Like you could eat something and 5 minutes later totally forget that you ate what you ate. That's fair. Maybe it's more so like I hope that idea about 5 minutes is it's largely because maybe the thing you're eating possibly is not so much more memorable anymore, as opposed to like really having a deterioration of your memory, right? Maybe we should encourage each other to try things, because you shared with me your sushi first, your California rolls, right? That was very memorable. So perhaps in the future, when your eating experience becomes a little bit more interesting, right? It's one of those things about the situation dependence, and I think the core of the situation dependence often deals with how emotionally and actively you're interested in the activity. The reason why I'm emphasizing this is largely those are the moments that you can kind of uplift your quality of your mental quality of life. I think eating is a really big part of where people can liberate some silver linings for their mental health, right? I still remember a time, especially I still interact with lots of kids who see eating simply as a function, like a functional thing, where it's a means to an end, it's forgettable, and because they don't prioritize or think that any experiences can be elevated while eating, oftentimes despite having really good memory, because these kids do like crazy things, like you're learning French, Brie, so clearly it's not really your memory, but at the same time it does tell me a little bit about the eating experience for you when you say certain times when 5 minutes later you just forget what you eat. If it's more often, definitely a place that can elevate your mental state. And we're not talking about sucking back wagyu or really fancy produce or something like that, but more so finding some interest in doing something that you have to do every day. Eating is a funny example that you chose. Of all of the things, I do inherently remember what I eat because it's intentional. It's also repetitious, by the way. I know exactly what I eat each day because my father cooks in a way for maintenance. So it's like two servings of like romaine lettuce or anything that's green. Like usually it's a difference between cabbage, romaine lettuce, and or like I forgot what the name is called, but they're usually quite green. Usually cabbage is a good one. And he would like blanch, soak it in some garlic, and like blanched in garlic. And then there would be 2 sunny side up, 2 over easy eggs, 2 servings of white rice, and a fillet of fish. So usually it's whatever is seasonal. Most of the time it's a fish, and that's every evening, every evening. And the fish would rotate. The fish would rotate. The type of fish would rotate, and the lettuce would rotate. And they're the most like convenient ones. The ones that are very cost effective and very unadulterated functional eating. But I do remember what it is, or when I ate it. Oh yeah, you tried a vegetarian sushi today to see if you like it better. Still wasn't a big fan. Oh, okay. Can you explain to me what was in the vegetarian sushi? Was it like tamago? Like was there like something yellow on top? Oh wait, that's not vegetarian. My bad. I forgot tamago. Eggs are not considered vegetarian. Wait, are they? It's veganism that excludes eggs, right? I know I'm asking such a simple thing, but nowadays I'm not even sure what categorically is vegetarianism. I'm guessing vegetarianism is still like eggs are fine. Or is it not? Yeah, veganism is the no animals products. But vegetarianism is ironically like not animal. Or I think that might be Presbyterianism. Egg is vegetarian? Okay. Because I thought maybe it was like not like Protestantism but Presbyterianism, where you eat vegetables and also eggs or something like that. Oh no, that's fish. Presbyterianism is vegetarian and fish, but no land animals, right? Or something like that. I remember I sorted this out back in the day in my like academic years, because I'm gonna be real, the higher and more you like think about things, also people are very particular about their things. I don't know if I've ever shared this joke like this story before. There was a time when I went to a gathering of, I think it was like 11 intellectuals in the early days. And I don't have eating preferences. Oh, pescatarian. Thank you. Oh, that makes sense. The pesca. Oh, that's an easy way to remember it. Fish. Oh, that's where the pesca comes from. Pescatarian. All right, nice. I didn't even realize that's how it's spelled. Ah, pesca. For fish. Okay. So, in these 11 people, right? In these 11 people, I was the person that I eat anything. I'm a vacuum, right? And when I was younger, I was even more of a vacuum, because whenever I social eat, Kirby's got nothing on me. I was even stronger than Kirby. Usually I eat for maintenance back when I was younger, much like a lot of kids these days. However, I eat for maintenance, but whenever I'm social eating, that's where like all my money and stuff gets dumped to, because it doesn't happen very often. It happens like maybe twice a year. Other times I would eat tofu, like 2 servings of white rice, tofu, some peas and carrots, and some like chicken breast, and that's it, like day in and day out. So most of the time, I like spending money in social eating environments. Buy food for the group or something like that. So, in this, though, there were 7 dietary groups in the group. Like, the group of 11 people had 7 exclusive dieting conditions. So in a way to negotiate this, basically everyone fanned out and went and get their thing, and then we meet back So everyone went to their specific places, and then they meet back. So what are the 7? Not repeating the same thing day after day. So there was one group couldn't eat something because yesterday they already had it, right? There was another one where they always eat the same thing. There's one that only eats things restricted to a childhood. So like not like things that they're consistently eating and developing. They have to eat, they have a compulsion that you have to eat something reference to them. Vegetarian, vegan, religion, actually 2 religions. So technically 8, but, and then food allergies. We had food allergies, and aversions. The aversions and food allergies are 2 different sets. So it was kind of wild. Like that's kind of why I talk about food quite a lot in a like more exploratory way, because the more you know, the more things become particular. And I don't think this is laborious. I think it's really funny and interesting to interact with people. Like obviously I was slightly lactose intolerant, but if they wanted to go get ice cream and stuff, I manage with it. Oh, and then there's also spice tolerance, was technically not a deal breaker. So there was spice tolerance for 10, but that person was a little bit more flexible, right? And then keto, it was a keto guy, but that kind of overlapped with the other thing. So keto is a little bit more flexible, right? Keto. And then one person came, but they weren't really planning to eat because they were IFing. They were intermittent fasting. And I think at the time there was a chance one of the individuals was during the holiday season. So I'm pretty sure it was like Ramadan. So, oh, and kosher. One of the individuals was kosher. That's how I feel about humans. I think it's really funny when you imagine going to a party, right? Imagine going to a party in this is what happens in like scholastic and metropolitan areas. You go to a party and you have like 20 guests. There's a chance there's at least 15 dietary constraints when you go there. So I can't even imagine what it's like to plan something where the cultural background allows for such wide variety of diversity. For the record, like this is extenuating circumstances, because these were meet and greet parties where multiple scholars came together, and the initial ones tend to be incredibly diverse in terms of the things that you want and things that you like. Generally afterwards, the groups kind of separate into their conveniences and whatnot. And at home, like, I don't have dietary preferences unless it kills me, or like it causes me to have explosive diarrhea or something like that. Sorry if anyone's eating right now, but I get bubblies from like straight up drinking whole milk and stuff, which I don't usually do most of the time anyways. And there's wonderful ways nowadays for people to separate the lactate from the lactose, right? For people who lack lactase in their system. Which, by the way, I don't know if people know. Maybe this is a misinformation. I don't know. But recently, I didn't realize that lactase, the expression of lactase, was a recessive gene. Like, what I mean is, it's less common than having it, which is really interesting. It kind of changes the dynamics of how I reflect upon back in the day when I like share, oh yeah, I'm lactose intolerant. But in fact, historically or like genetically, when taking into account the acquisition and expression of lactase was a gain of function, not a loss of function. So that's kind of an interesting thought, where like lactase is actually the new thing, in human systems, not an old thing. So as in, if you're thinking about lactose intolerant, that is actually the more apt things. And it's kind of a little bit more complicated. It's more adults. Adults, naturally, when you age, you're supposed to reduce the expression of lactase. Because when you're a baby, you're a silly little goober, you still have mother's milk, right? Your mother's milk. So in fact, when a lot of people say like, oh, you know, now I get bubblies from creams and cheeses and stuff as you're getting older, it's because it makes kind of biological sense, in the sense that when you become an adult, you're no longer looking at sources of dairy. So whenever that conventional wisdom about, oh yeah, you got to drink your milk, you know, to stay healthy and keep those bones strong and stuff, generally that's kind of an archaic thing that doesn't line up with the realities of being an adult. So it's kind of an interesting thing that I overlooked for so long, where logic would dictate, you know, there's a lot of counter arguments to, oh yeah, that kind of makes sense. Like, huh, that actually transitions quite well in an argument. Not that there's like exact causal explanations. This is more of a logic exercise. This one was carrot, avocado, and cucumbers. You think it's the avocado cucumbers together that's not enjoyable. Okay. That you like them separate. But prior, I'd never had them together, and both of them, the ones you've tried, had them together. The first one, though, also had cream cheese issues, so maybe you didn't like the avocado combo as much. Interesting. Cucumber, sorry. Do you like avocado? I think avocado is probably unlikely. Like, cucumber has a bitterness, and depending on how people prep cucumbers, there's a lot of online memes about cucumbers, how you prep cucumbers. I don't know if you ever seen it, but oftentimes when it comes to cucumber prep, it can be a hit or miss, because cucumbers have this like, it's a very distinct cucumber thing, and aversions to cucumber is quite common. It's similar to celery. Cucumber, celery, Brussels sprouts, they're particularly, like, there's something about them. And avocado is fairly agreeable. I don't know if you would get something that doesn't have the cucumber and avocado thing. You know what would be a real fun experiment? Oh, you usually eat avocados on sandwiches, and then you like cucumbers in salads. Intriguing. And then somehow they just don't work when they're together. Huh. Okay, so I mean, you like them separate. That's interesting. I was gonna say, if you don't like cucumbers, pickled cucumbers might be something worth trying. It's quite, I mean, as allegedly pickled cucumbers, like fermented cucumbers or pickled cucumbers, are quite nice on salads as well. And you get a little bonus if you like it. It's great. It's like, allegedly it's great for health reasons, nutrition reasons. And they store really well. Pickled cucumbers store well since they're fermented. They're not the same as like pickles, but I do love pickles, like Americana pickles. There's also pickles from, you know, around the world, but like specifically the Americana obsession pickles. Yeah, I am a. You hate pickles? Like the vinegar ones, of course. The pickled cucumbers I'm talking about is like more like kimchi and other things. The American pickles that I'm talking about is like dill and white vinegar pickles. I do enjoy, like, it makes my, whenever I think about it, it kind of makes my jaw clench, but ooh, like I forgot what they're what is it called? It's really readily available. Oh, these hold up. Oh, what is this pickle called? I absolutely love it. Bought it for some time. What is the brand? Hold up. It has a really fun. Oh, Grillo's. Oh my gosh, Grillo pickles. The container is wildly annoying, but Grillo's. Grillo's pickles. Breathe life into me. Never had those before. Maybe you'll have to give them more. Yeah, pickled. The pickled cucumbers that I'm thinking of. The word pickle is very deceptive. There are fermented cucumbers, and they appear a little bit reddish. There's more like an Asian variety. So what I mean is, you've been talking about sushi, right? Sushi. Oftentimes, wherever there's like Eastern cuisine or something like that, there's also options for like pickled cucumbers. Pickled cucumbers are actually palate cleansers a lot of times. So they're the ones that is served on the side. It's kind of like a seaweed salad where if you're eating something to complement, like maybe something that doesn't agree with you, you might want to try to complement it with something else, and then it brings the food together. Sometimes not necessarily having to change out the food. Oh, your partner likes Grillos? He loves the hot ones? Oh, okay. Grillos, man. Oh. Whenever my father got some Grillos, it would be like, I have one, and I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna eat 3 more. The reason why it's not the greatest is because my sodium uptake increases by like 30%, 30 to 50% the moment there's pickles in the fridge. Anyways, fermented stuff could be cool. They usually look a little bit reddish. I think pickled cucumbers are pretty neat. They're quite nice on salads. You can also prepare them fairly easily. Throwing out ideas to encourage some exploration. All right.
展
This towering too. What is this? What are you? Why is there water there? What happened? Oh, 板上. Oh, 地板上. That doesn't help though. I swear this is like step on or something. Oh.
踩踏
他踩踏在瓷砖地板上，
Dang.
凳
Whoops. Glare and stare are kind of interchangeable for me. It's not quite the same. I know. What in the world?
祈求
他祈求别人的帮助，
Implore. Wait, isn't it implore? Oh no, beg is better actually. Beg. We should stick to beg. Heck? Oh, 萌芽.
干
坚不可什么？坚不可坚不可摧，
坚不可摧，
友谊的力量是坚不可摧的。
坚不可摧。OK，
萌芽，
种子在土壤中萌芽。
OK，忌口 ，heck， 哦，忌口。Avoid certain foods. 哦
忌口，
，What the 雾谈
勿谈，
老师会误谈每个学生。
抽什么？抽屉 ？What？ 哦，抽屉。Whoops。
陷阱，
他不小心落入了陷阱。
抽屉，
我打开了抽屉。
What in that? Wait.
雅，在，
That's kind of a rough one.
甩掉，
他加速跑步，甩掉了追赶他的人。
Or throw off, it's fine. 丙题 Whoops. 丙池
秉持，
他秉持诚实，获得了大家的信任。
池 I think there's a turn of phrase for this one. It's slightly different. So you're like holding and boosting. How do you do it? Like you like progress to like press forwards to like boost upward. Okay, uphold. Okay. that makes sense. But like, how do you boost something to uphold? Yeah. Okay, I'm okay with that. That's fine. We still have some 4 really rough ones to write definitions for. That's the most definitions so far. Usually it's characters with their intrinsic meanings, but comb. Ooh. What? Oh, wait. What is this? Oh my gosh. Alright. Whose comb is it? Oh, I almost had it. Oh, it's gone. How about, what does it look like? It could look an R. No. Does it look like a way? No, it doesn't look like. No. How does the comb intersect with the woman? Is the woman selling the comb? I almost feel like this has some. No, that's makeup. All right, how many combs do I have? Let's go through the combs. No. 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 It's not that either. There are more women ones. Yeah, there's no chance. I think we're just gonna try. Oh, messing around. Oh, so I'm more consistent at getting shy, but I'm not getting Shaw. Shy and Shaw or linked at some point. Throw off. Throw off was linked at some point. So the comb. So how do we connect the comb to? Oh, I know. We'll adjust that. I know how to adjust. I'm surprised this one
差
is good. It does look kind of unique. So far. Schwa.
耍
That's number 6 or number 5. Kind of an average day so far. Shangdong Ting. Excuse me? Oh, I typed the wrong thing in the front. It's fine. Oh my gosh. It's not that, right? It's not. Oh no, it's grain stock. Grain stock. It's fine. What is this turkey spray nonsense? This took me so long the first time too. Oh! It's checking why,
怀
and it just means why. I don't have any other examples. So man. Hey. What the brush? Brush and door. Wait. Don't you dare escape from my grasp. It's gone. Oh, wait, it's back.
肇事者
目击者指认了肇事者的车辆。
Heck. Wait, what?
丙级
这是一个丙级考试。
Oh. That's unexpected. Huh. We practiced this. And it's not there. Yeah, it's just not there. Oh, wait, it is there. But it's really loose.
掐 胎
Nope. It's fetus. What? I don't know.
虚 垒
What incarnation? Heck!
煽动性
他的言论带有煽动性。
Uh. Why? That's not some. That's not that. Oh wait.
忧
Okay.
真火焰
火焰在空气中跳动，
Oh. Old?
揪
Just like hold with hands. It's like hold with hands. Okay, okay. It's fine, it's fine. Uh
眼
what happened here?
野
Oh, I kind of went for it too. Dang you.
衰 君
What is this? Like, fix the rake. Oh, monarch. I'm gonna say
笨拙
他的动作很笨拙。
what's going on here? I thought it was
无
and now I have no idea. The classic, obviously I know what it sounds like, but how do you translate? Not that. I don't think it's that either. Oh, it's heckin' Woo? Oh my. Ugh. I swear proper nouns are gonna be the end of me. Oh my gosh. How many do we have? We have basically like 5 Chinese locations, 5 Chinese regions, so states. And then we have like 5 dynastic period name. And then like maybe 6 people, 6 people, like 4 religions, maybe like 9 locations. It's wild. And like 4 or 5 rivers. Getting Wu and Huai. Okay. I really should brush up on some geography and stuff in China. Like it's freebies for Japan, but it's not freebies for China right now. Like the closest I can get is like Huan Jian, or is it Huan He? I don't even know anymore. Like Yellow River, Like that's the closest I'm gonna get. And then like Beijing and Shanghai, those are fairly common. But you know, when it comes to Japan, you got your Tokyo and your Osaka and stuff. But you also have like Kyushu, like Fukuoka, like you know Fukushima, Hokkaido, and Okinawa, right? Things like that where it goes further out. But man, China is whack. Like I am not getting like Sichuan would be the most one, and Xi'an and I don't know how it's read, and the the places in my head. You think I'd be a little bit better at the dynasties because I video games, but man, what is the most common dynasty that I would know? Like during the three warring period, right? The three kingdom period. So Qing. I don't even know. Qing. Is it Ling? And Wu? Yeah, I don't even remember anymore. I'm gonna play. We're gonna definitely end up playing a romance, like a grand strategy game or something. At some point, we're gonna have to play a grand strategy game in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. At least that. I do kind of also want to play like a Meiji periods or Edo period like thing in Japan or something. It's gotta happen at some point. What is this? What is this nonsense? Okay, hold up. We actually worked on this. Yeah, this one's rough. It's tongue. It's the other. You know, more. We got more proper nouns. Just throw it in. Just keep throwing it in. I actually don't know when the Tang Dynasty happened. Yeah, I actually have no idea the Tang Dynasty. I'm so uncultured at this point.
肇事
警方已经锁定了肇事车辆。
It's an incident, like an accident or something like that. Incident's fine. To cause an incident, it's understood that it's causing an incident. I've gotten so complacent at omitting. I don't even write to anymore. I don't use articles anymore when answering these prompts. Nor do I use like nouns that are used as adjectives. Like basically when something happens, like if an event, usually event happens. So if it's like happen events or cause an event, it's just the event. Like the rest of the sentence explains what's happening with respect to the event. So often, like, it's becoming, my English is becoming more and more shortcutty as we're going. Meanwhile, on the Japanese side of things, WaniKani, like, we're going more and more specific on those. It's kind of reflexive of their respective languages, honestly. All right. Where are we at? Oh, we got another milestone recently. Another 300 milestone, right? So what is that? Did we cross 2,000? Oh, we crossed 2,000. Oh, we missed the 2,000 celebration. I don't really celebrate, but... Right? Am I crazy? 900, 900, 1,800, yeah. Fun times. Fun times. Alright. What do you look like? You look like a Xiang. 相敌 安 Ooh, you're a little rough. Yeah, you're a bit rough. Yeah. Ooh. Jiang. Jiang's a little weak. 我 Yep. Rui, 瑞雪 Oh, no. 瑞雪 Roll, roll 什么 roll 款温柔温柔温柔链子波幅伊兰 That's a transliteration. This is gonna be a struggle bus. Ilan or Iran. Proper noun. 任何 北 what? Oh, 北宋 a place 北宋 or region. 亚洲 yeah no 亚洲 region. Bo ooh, what the oh 伯母伯母 okay 南宋 wait, is this Nan? Or am I doing a Japanese thing? Oh no, that's Nan, right? Nansong. When it conveniently overlaps, it almost feels like it's too convenient. Yixuan what? I can't see that. Oh no, it's Yidian. This is transliteration. Yidian for Eden. Yidian Yan. I wonder if Japanese does like wait. What would Japanese do? Maybe like or yeah, it could be e den n maybe eden n or eden no n. Maybe they do something like this where they do like combine the katakana and then add the park, which is n. It would be interesting to get a lot of these in Japanese at some point. This one is particularly important to me, Garden of Eden, because I'm pretty sure I heard this phrase before. Anime related. Garden of Eden. Eden themes run pretty deep in a lot of the anime that I've watched over the years. Whoops. Lian Hua, lotus flower. Alright, let's get to it. It was an average day. We had like 5 really need to TLC it up, and then 2 or 3 a pass. 2 or 3 passes. Alright, so we have Xena, who's in front of the chapel, hired to guard. So in order to do so, to keep an eye on the chapel, she hacked down some trees and built a shack to serve as a side room. Okay, we have Diddy Kong, who is in the house, and he's learning some new things. He's trying to learn how to take care of a potted banana sprout, you know, figuring out the way to enlighten himself on how to take care of banana trees. Okay, then we have Patrick, who's in front of the pawn shop, being attracted by a pawn shop hosted thing, a competition, and it involves climbing a tree, climbing a big tree marked with an X at the top, right, with his hands. Obviously, he gave it a shot, but failed miserably because, I mean, Patrick isn't the most athletic thing. Okay, then we have Jimmy Neutron, who is in the electricity plant, showing off his new nimble design so that he doesn't have to lift a finger or be on his feet. Oops. Be on his feet. And his nimble robot does all the writing and the shuffling of materials, like cross beams and crosses for the generator, right? Then we have Frankenstein, who's in the house, where Dr. Frankenstein created a weird little pet doggo that has like a Slender Man's head attached to it for Frankenstein to teach and own. And Frankenstein's having fun teaching him how to bend over. That's kind of a little weird way to say it, but it's fine. Alright, then we have James Bond, who's in the bathroom of the chapel. Oh, this one. Sneaking in and out of the bathroom of the chapel, trying to retrieve in the night, right? In the night, moon. Trying to sneak out a long, kind of like bloated looking, swollen looking artifact through the bathroom window or something like that. We got Bart Simpson, who's in the office building, being hired to take care of a white potted tree. A white cypress tree, and with like special powders feeding him, but it like making sure the tree goes, but instead he just, I don't know, neglects it and mess around in the office building. But something like that. It's good enough. Alright, Joma. Joma, how do we do this? Joma. Oh, and it's responsibility. Why? Why did I not remember the response? Man, it's fine. Ma. It even has ma in it. I'm a little depressed. Just kidding. We're fine. They're kind of tall. Weird. Made it too tall. Scold. And then Qian. Qian. It's largely the ha part. Yeah, Qian. Yan. Was it zhi? Zhi zhao. And this one is kind of tough because it doesn't quite scream license. And it's because of the clenching part. The clinching part. Zhi zhao is... Oh no. I don't know how to totem anymore. Ah! I lost the totem. Oh no, I lost the totem. We'll come back. Ban. Ban is kind of tough because it doesn't look like a bun. It looks more like a fun. Or fun. Dress up. We'll have to work on that. Make the fingers something related to Bart Simpson somehow. And schwa. Schwa is... Need to throw in some sort of connection with a woman. Messing around. I think the mnemonic is pretty good. But not much of Sherlock is it? Or implied in the two characters. And what is Zhi Zhao? I know what it is. We have totem, and I'm kind of... Wait, is it coming back to me? I think? And then like... I think that's a little... I'm not sure if that's exactly right. I think that might be it. Zhi, and then Zhao. Zhao is illuminate, so... That doesn't... Oh, that's probably a sun. Yeah, Zhi Zhao, which is license. Lunch, illumination. I think we might have to kind of do a pivot on illumination. Illumination is typically something that deals with a gaining of a permanence or qualification or something. So let's go. I think oh man. Actually, I might want to look at Maybe we do more of a currency thing. So Zelda is inside the electricity plants, making sure to perform her responsibilities. To keep the generators powered. I don't know, burning beanstalks in order to keep the, I don't know, keep the shellfish rolling in to the royal family's coffers. Shellfish is currency. I typically use currency for that. Let's see. So we have Ha. I think Ha is the problem here. Tian. I'm not sure. Yeah, so lack laughing. If you lack laughing is kind of boring, right? Oh man, that doesn't help. What is it? Glove and mouse and Harry Potter? Oh, this is where Harry Potter like slaps Voldemort in the face with a glove. It's kind of funny though. Alright. Harry Potter is in front of the auditorium where he where he is performing some amateur magic, right? He by casting a spell with his mouth and wand, he was able to make, I don't know, his gloves, a pair of gloves, and entertain the audience while they wait for admission into the magic show. Okay. Tian is lack. That's not gonna help. Tian is pretty good. So let's do, I don't know, I think it's kind of funny for Yan. If you are lacking laughs, haha. If you're lacking haha, then you will yawn out of boredom. Okay. Alright, so we have Ban. I have no idea what we're gonna do about Ban. Let's take a inventory check on sword and fins. Yeah, so look at this, right? How many bonds do we have? We have one bond. And fun is the most, yeah, fun is the most proliferative. Not a single bond in sight. Oh, there is a buy though. Get a buy. And we got pun. Okay. So we're gonna try to make this about Bart Simpson. Go. So Bart ran off into the bathroom of the pawn shop. So that he can dress up like a merman? I don't know. Equipped with like dress up like a dress up with some stuff I don't know, swiped. He swiped. his costume resembles I don't know, a merfolk with gigantic tentacle fingers and fins, carrying a sword in order to play a prank on unsuspecting patrons to the bathroom. Okay. Oh, but the fingers don't really describe him. Maybe he swiped it. Just with things he swiped quickly, quite sneakily, with his with this 5-finger discount. I guess we're gonna link 5-finger discount with art. Although it's kind of overlapping a little bit with Diddy Kong, who swipes things too. 执照 is largely because of definition. Actually, we might want to do illuminate. Affirm, certify, make. Oh, I did. Prove quality, licensing. Yeah, qualify, licensing. Yeah, we license like paper. British paper. Okay. Okay. So basically you clenched on to qualifications, right? Which is okay. I think that's fine. As long as we get the illuminates down. So it was Jiao, that was a weak one. And then we have move it around a little. So Sherlock is in the basement of the turret looking for clues for his current case, right? He was messing around. He noticed a woman with a suspicious comb. Started messing around to try to get his hands on the comb. I don't know. Using sleight of hand and some gentlemanly conversation. With the woman with the comb. That's kind of a weird song. Okay. Our WaniKani session is gonna be like 30 minutes tops today. I think today is day 4. Yeah. So pretty good. Alright folks, that's a wrap for our HanziHero session today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try, let me know what you think. You're always free to come on by, share your stuff, talk about your days, your enthusiasm for language learning, maybe something that pops out on your daily activity. I love sharing like a tidbit here and there, right? Make it a habit. It's lovely to have everyone spend like a 4 or 5 minutes exchanging ideas, talking to each other, like, oh hey, you know, I noticed this really interesting thing, what do you think? And keep ourselves motivated and kind of almost encouraging each other to look for something that is kind of worth sharing. And it's not so much a competition, but more so encouraging one to be in a habit of wanting to share something, wanting to look and build value off of your daily activities. I think it's incredibly cathartic. You at first it seems small, right? 5 minutes a day seems small, but it can lead to a lifetime of building valuable little things here and there that creates value and attention and an incentive on top of that, right? It's the combination and accumulation of consistent routines that reflects language learning and other types of life skills. So you're more than welcome to come on by. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You can hear me ramble for 4 hours if you want it. The idea is we want to encourage each other to share something. It's not only is an affirmation of your own self, you're actively looking to try to find something that is valuable in your life. I think there's not enough of that. Most of the time, it feels to me that the dialogue is with people who watch their watch other people's lives through the lens, but really find a lot of reasons not to do anything themselves in order to participate, both vicariously and simultaneously or asynchronously. So that's kind of what I mean by that. You're more than free to welcome, share your particular idiosyncrasies. I will probably have something to talk about. I'm genuinely, I make it my business, right? If I have the privilege of someone's time, I'll try to make it my business as much as I can. Usually because it's a win-win. Complimenting someone, thinking about something, encouraging them to be also interested and present in their life. Right? You can't underestimate how much that can move someone forward. Language learning is no different, honestly. Trying to keep someone motivated in language learning, get them to tell you something interesting each day, and they'll continue to do that themselves. Right. So until then, for those who are only interested in HanziHero, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Right. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I am gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for WaniKani. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は329日目です。It is day 329. Welcome, welcome. We flipped our schedule in order to get the items for today. Bit of a stagger, right? Because it's day 4 and I yapped way too much in the last couple of days, but it's something that I've been trying to work on with a couple people here and there. Hopefully we see some progress being made and some people feeling pretty good or improving on feeling better about themselves and getting things done. It is now officially December, right? Hence the complete block of 0 things. We have crossed the midnight thing. So because of how delayed this is, but tomorrow is probably going to be a leap day. Yep. And we have like at most 14 items. 15 items. So we might try to squeeze. Oh no, wait. We do have to take the short review session because tomorrow's Monday, so the reset day for our Neverwinter stuff. So that lines up pretty well. One of these days we're gonna squeeze in a burnout day to catch up on like the 1,560 items that see where we can improve on making more associations. There has been some fairly weak burnout items, like burnt items, that I kind of want to look over. But we're already at that number keeps going up. It's not the greatest. I'm not the biggest fan of burning items. If they continue to rotate, they continue to rotate most of the time in my. However, we're gonna try to find other outlets to reinforce this thing. Man, 2 days with no reviews queued? That's interesting. Alright, this shouldn't take too long. Day 4s are the lowest volume days next to the leap day, which is tomorrow. Right, because it takes 36 hours to roll back around. Let's go and see how our knowledge is going. Night day.徳島県探す帯 Oh, Obi. Dang. Should keep track of that. Otaka. Not Atamada. I thought it was Atamadaka. Let's see. Fujisan. 陸軍 棒 野菜 反則 いくら Oops. What? Oh,
吐く
haku. Oh man, another atamadaka that I missed. I thought it was odaka. Haku. Kado. Oh man, that's 3. Wow. Usually I'm pretty good with the feeling out the atamadaka, but it's the odaka that, or no, it's the odaka that I'm working on, because atamadaka is my default now, or atamadaka into like a heiban ish thinking, either heiban or atamadaka. This one's special. Flower arrangement. Kafunsho.
花粉症
Or kafunsho. Fair enough.
カビ
Kabi. Or... Oh, no, wait. Just kidding.
掃除
Soji. Chote? Oh, no. Just kidding. Wait. Yes.
直径
Okay. Okay. Sanmyaku.
Funjo
Okay.
探
Thank
求
you. Tazuneru.
泥水
Doromizu. Yoshin. Oh, Yojimbo.
用心棒
Yojimbo. Okay.
嘆く
Nageku. Okay. Kantanfu.
Tsuka
Tsuka.
Sudachi
Sudachi. Nenza. Oh. Ante.
探偵
蔵
Kura.
Kamotsu
Tsu. Saishoku. Ah,
救急車
Kyusha. Odoroku.
幾何学
墓
蜂
蜂の
の巣
巣
巣
巣孫
墓地
墓地
大
大
陸
陸
散歩
散歩尋
尋問
問
西国
西国 Oh wait, just kidding. What? Oh, wait. What level in WaniKani are you at? 31? We're at 31. Saikoku. Yeah. What? Oh, maybe like notice.
Tomu
Tomu.
Shison
Shison.
Niru
Niru.
Kinsei
Kinsei. Oh, no.
Hankei
Anke. Chitai. Chitai. Wrong. Dang, that's 5 misses on Otaka. Interesting. That's a lot of Otaka. Otaka in this. So
Ikudo
Ikudo.
Kaisan
Kaisan. Oh. This one's a bit. Ah, Kona.
粉
Normal. Ah,
クモの
Kumonosu.
巣
Oh, Kumonosu. Another one. That's been. Kumonosu.
主催
Sai. Shisai. Shisai.
Tomi
Tomi. Sku.
スク
Sku. It's such a weird one.
倉庫
Soko.
道
道
徳
徳道徳 Yeah, Suku. Sku. It's good. It's such a. It makes you sound like you're trying to intentionally being a little adorable. Like. Good. Let's see.
冬、
Fuyu.
Doro.
Doro. Doro.
平均。
Eikin. Tokugawa.
徳川、 京丹、
Kyotan. Kyotan. Ne?
知る、
除外。
Jogai. Oh, no, man. Jogai. Oh, I did miss. I guess I missed a Heiban. Interesting. Okay. Ikutsu.
いくつ、
Oh, I really thought it was. Dang. Okay, so they're both otaka. Okay. Ikutsu. Fair enough. It's not like a deal breaker. I just like filling it out right now. We're not really like super invested. I like considering it in mind. Oh,
均等、
Into. All right. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Let's go over our kanji for the day after tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be a very short day. But we do have a third thing to do. Pretty healthy. Short-term memory, right? This is a week's worth of stuff. So it's four back-to-back days of exposure. Be really strong even after the first day. It's usually the 2-month or 3-month period that gets a little wonky, a little sketch. All right, so what do? We do our reads into our definitions. All right. So, Ri, detach. You, dissolve. And knit. Ka, showy. Ki, previously. U, normal. Go, exceptional. Kin, no. An, model. Bo, obstruct. Jo, exclude. Jin, inquire. Iku. Oh no, iku. Iku. Well, both of them end up in being iku. For how much? Roll. Corridor. So, sweep. Doro. Oops. Doro. Mud. Ball. Bowl. No, actually it's ball. Ball. Okay. Yo. Surprise. Hansai. Soul. Storehouse. Son. Grandchild. Su. Ness. Ai. Belt. E. Diameter. U. U. Rescue. Sun. Scatter. Un. Powder. Myaku. Veins. Sai. Vegetable. Ka. Freight. Iku. Land. Ni. Resemble. In. Equal. Or yeah, equals. Equal. Bo. Grave. Fu. Wealth. Toku. Virtue. An. Search. And te. Spy. Alright. Yeah, I think the reviews for today, I needed to pass 10 p.m., right? And it's 1 a.m. We kind of yapped like a little 3 extra hours, but largely it will not, it will always be the following day. Oh, no. We might have yapped a little too much. Oh no, it's 11 p.m. on Thursday. We'll probably have to take 2 days. Maybe we'll do a burnout day on... Yeah, we'll do a burnout day on one of these days. I'll decide if it's tomorrow or the day after. Burnout days, I haven't had one in a while. So basically, whenever on day 4s or day 5s, where there's low volume, there's usually low volume on day 4s and 5s, if all goes well. Generally we'll hit a burnout and we'll put a time limit. Like, I think we're gonna start with 1. We did 2 hours a couple of times. We get about 1,000 items through, like 1,000 to 1,500 items. Then we did 1 hour, which gets us about 500 items ish. However, it's been a while, so, and we've already wrapped around a couple of times. Tomorrow we'll, either tomorrow or the day after, we'll make time for a few burnout days. Just go over some stuff, look at weak links, and it's going to be largely burnout days are going to be treated as such, where we do, I think we're going to do it a little different instead of trying to figure it out. We're going to jump straight to like step 1, right? Step 1. Step 1, we're going to do an intuition check. And if the intuition fails, I haven't decided if I want to do the following ones. Maybe we'll do step 2 as well. Figure out radicals, like double check on radicals on the things. And then maybe step 3, check on... Yeah, we'll do all the 4 steps. Check very quickly. So the intuition, then radicals, reads, if there are any reads available, and then kind of like quickly do a gist meaning if it ever gets stuck. So it has to get stuck first, and we'll do it very quickly, maybe like 1 second, 5 seconds probably. And then these steps will be kept to like 1 minute each, maybe. And then immediately try to jump into troubleshooting. The whole point of burnout is to troubleshoot to increase like longevity of the things. So mainly this is our opportunity. Burnout days are our opportunity, and my opportunity to make mnemonics. Make it a more active process. Adjust mnemonics, or there are lots of old ones that we haven't used. I need to retroactively create and apply whatever my system is now. So most likely the culprits are going to be either standalone characters, so standalone coons, kun exceptions, like exceptionals, and probably verbs will require some TLC. We'll see. That's probably our focus for the next 2 days. WaniKani. To make a little bit more of the day, because otherwise the next 2 days are going to be 10 or 15 minutes. This is your average day, which is still 10 to 15 minutes tops. 74 items that happen in the week. Usually, even if it's all review, it will take less than an hour to go through like 150 or 200 of these. So now we want to make sure, get some stories and make sure the ones that left rotation get some TLC. Maybe I can start writing some stories or some things, throw in some more related Japanese characters, possibly. At some point we're gonna enter maintenance, like in another 6 months, 6 or 7 months, WaniKani is going to enter maintenance. And during the maintenance phase, we're going to start converting everything into Japanese. So all of these words and mnemonics, we're going to try to pigeonhole some Japanese. And maybe even throw right in some stuff from whatever we do in next year. Like, oh yeah, like a dragon, this scene or something. Remind us for scenes and then use Japanese to describe it. Something like that. It'll be interesting. We got some... have less than half a year left to kind of embed everything for the next thing. That's gonna be the plan. Pretty quick day. Usually these days are the quickest. Lesson days are the longest. Lesson day would be 2 days from now because of my yap session. Until then, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right? As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try for yourself. Let me know what you think. Want to echo the sentiment that I say after every session. You're more than welcome to come on by, share some discussions, try to keep each other motivated, like curiosities, problems, whatever comes by. Sharing things allow one to internalize the value as well as others that can contribute and vice versa, right? Encouraging other people to asking questions for other people and whatnot may allow them to encourage them to focus on things, take notice of things that might otherwise be unremarkable. We recently talked about eating, right? And other quality of life like sleep, hygiene, and whatnot. If you engage in with other people, and have this encouragement to want to remember something to share with another person, the other person may also ask questions back, and that mutual sharing can improve the actualization of one's value in their lives and in each other, just momentarily. Obviously, we're not talking about creating permanent friendships or nothing. It could happen as well, but I think it's a wonderfully appropriate way to get that little smidgen of wanting to be involved in your life and maybe asking questions to see if you can grab something for your own life. If anything, there's a win-win situation, and then at the bottom line, there's at least a win, no change situation, right? And that's kind of the sentiments that I want to share every single day. These little outros have become a little bit more lengthier lately because it's now December and I get a little very reflexive and a bit sappy about trying to encourage people to take accountability, look at what they have done in 2025 or even further back if you want. It's a great time to spend time with your support system. That's your family members, friends, maybe even people you know online, all of the above. Try to encourage each other to reflect upon what has been done in 2025 and maybe forge some new routines for the future. Until then, I guess happy December, beginning of December. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right. Thank you for watching. Now, catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.